Good afternoon. You are watching KBC Channel 1 and are in time for live proceedings from the National Assembly. It is Tuesday, 15th day of October 2019. And in a short while, as it is the norm in a normal sitting of the National Assembly, we shall be joining members as they engage in matters legislation. This afternoon, they are expected to continue discussing a motion from the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources that considered a petition by the executive for the variation of the boundaries of Mount Elgon Forest Reserve. And that particular committee will be seeking the House and members' approval on the variation of the boundaries of Mount Elgon Forest Reserve to exclude Chepuk Phase 2 and 3 that comprises a total area of 4,607 hectares, and that the government secures the remaining forest area within Mount Elgon Forest Reserve, particularly in Chepkitale area. And this is so as to achieve the United Nations recommended 10% forest cover in the country. Currently, that cover is slightly below 7%, and so there is need to ensure that that gap is bridged. The Representation of Special Interest Groups Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of the year 2019, also coming up for discussions. It is a bill that seeks to amend the Constitution, or rather several laws, in order to effect Article 100 of the Constitution that speaks to the representation in Parliament of women, persons with disabilities, the youth, ethnic and other minorities and marginalized communities. It seeks to amend the Persons with Disabilities Act of 2003 to enable inclusion of persons living with disabilities in decision-making bodies, boards and agencies, as well as other public institutions. It seeks also to amend the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act of 2011 and define special interest groups as provided for in Article 100 of the Constitution. And the proposed amendments also require voter education to include special interest groups and to ensure that communication is accessible by persons living with disability, be it physical, hearing, or visual impairment. There is also a proposed amendment to the Political Parties Act within this Representation of Special Interest Groups Laws Amendment Bill that proposes to amend Section 25 and 29 and provide that 20% of the political parties fund be distributed based on the elected number of special interest groups. A live broadcast brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Good afternoon.
Mr. Speaker, I raise to ask question number 450 of 2019. Mr. Speaker, the question is, why has the construction of Chuka Kareni Road in Chuka Gambangombe constituency that commenced in 2014 stalled? And two, when will the said road be completed, considering the immense economic importance to area residents at the connect Chuka town to the county headquarters, which is Kadwana, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Question referred to the Committee on Transport and Public Works and Housing to be responded to there. Next question by the member for Meru County, the Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. What is the fate of Barua Primary School, which was closed down due to safety concerns, and Antoarimata, Kemerie, Kalimba, Kirokire, and the Muido primary schools located in Meru County that are operating in unsafe and dilapidated infrastructure. What measures are in place to ensure maintenance of the schools' infrastructure so as to guarantee safety for the learners? Two, Mr. Speaker. When will the dilapidated infrastructure in these schools be rehabilitated to ensure learners resume their studies? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of honor, Honorable Mbadi?
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order, although Honorable Mangaza is a very good friend of mine. But, Mr. Speaker, this question, looking at it, was it not supposed to be shared with the area MP? Because really, Mr. Speaker, asking Cabinet Secretary to answer questions on infrastructure in primary schools, which is being done by CDF all over the place. Mr. Speaker, I wish the MP for Meru, I'm just advising her that she could consult with the, I don't know who the area MP is, but they could just consult and the area MP would allocate or have the committee allocate CDF funds, national government CDF funds, to repair the dilapidated infrastructure instead of now making it a big national debate, Mr. Speaker, unless they are not in speaking terms. Thank you.
Well, you ended almost where I was going to tell you might open a can of worms. I think maybe the Cabinet Secretary will come and explain and then perhaps request whoever is the member of Parliament in the single-member constituencies, in whose area the schools are located, whether they can chip in some little money from the national government CDF. Otherwise, the other question will be referred to the Committee on Education and Research. Last question by the member for Bomachoge Chache. Bomachoge Chache, not many.
No, small. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the chance. I rise to ask question number 452, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection. Item number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary detail the number of new jobs opportunities the government has created in the last 7 years, particularly for the youths? Number 2, what measures has the government put in place to address the high level of unemployment in the country, particularly amongst our youths? Thank you very much.
Question referred to the Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Honorable Sankok, before we go there, allow me, honorable members, to recognize the presence of the students and pupils from the following institutions. Those from Hospital Hill School, Westlands constituency, Nairobi County, and those from PCA Educational Center, Kajiado North constituency, Kajiado County, and Midland Primary School, Mafoko constituency, Machakos County. They are welcome to observe proceedings of the Assembly this afternoon. Honorable Sankok, what's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I rise on a point of order, Honorable Speaker, because we have been asking questions, and some of these questions goes unanswered. I've asked a question on the return of cartels and Mungiki to the Matatu sector, especially those that operate in Narok. And Honorable Speaker, I've waited for the response for the last 5 months, for the past 5 months. Honorable Speaker, and the Cabinet Secretary responsible for Interior and Coordination of Government, National Government, is not coming to respond. This is the third time today, which I came from Narok so that I can receive my answer, Honorable Speaker. I want you to give direction, Honorable Speaker, because the CS responsible for Interior is not appearing before the committee And today he was not able to answer our question. Honorable Speaker, I hear that he's called the super CS. He's only super to his colleagues. But to this House, Honorable Speaker, we are an arm of government. And whenever direction is given, Honorable Speaker, and these questions, if they are not answered, then we will be asking questions in futility, Honorable Speaker. I sit in the Committee of Labor and Social Welfare, and Honorable Yatani Ukur normally appears in that committee and answer. And he's busy because he's a minister responsible for national treasury. He's also a minister responsible for labor, Honorable Speaker. So I don't know why. You should give direction as to why the CS of Interior does not appear in committee to answer our questions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, I can see some members with their hands up, others nearly smiling. Member from where? I saw you smiling.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm used to smiling. Honorable Speaker, the member who was member 001 was in our committee this morning, and the sitting chair made a ruling that the CS should appear before us on Tuesday. And so this matter is before the committee, and committee is handling it very well, Mr. Speaker. The CAS came to that meeting. We actually asked him to go back to the office and tell the CS to come on Tuesday. So we are waiting for Tuesday, and after Tuesday, Honorable Speaker, that's when we can now bring this matter to you to make a ruling, because our chair, session chair, made a ruling that the CS should appear on Tuesday.
So you've already made a decision on the matter. Is that the same issue that the Honorable Gikaria wants to address?
Not as such, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for giving me. I'm just speaking from where Honorable Bandi had talked about the question by Honorable Mwangaza. Honorable Speaker, last week, Honorable Oluoch, I think the Member of Parliament of Madare, had raised a question on a private question regarding the same issues. Including myself, I had that question I wanted to bring forward. But since he asked in generality so that an answer can be given, maybe you can give directions instead of us bringing in questions on individual schools, so that what Honorable Lodge had asked last week, if it is answered, then maybe it can be able to, instead of us as members of parliament, each being allowed to bring in there. Like me, I had actually 9 schools affected, but when Honorable Lodge brought his, I decided to pull my question. Actually, I had raised to ask where my question had reached. I pulled it back so that once he's answered, then maybe we could be able, maybe you can give us directive, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Well, of course, Honorable Gikaria, it is true that sometimes a member can take advantage of another member's question so as to draw the attention of the Cabinet Secretary concerned about the need for improvement of infrastructure in their schools if they all appear. They say, unfortunately, not everybody will appear at the appointed time, and therefore perhaps we may not be able to know at what point the Cabinet Secretary will appear, and questions will obviously be asked from various corners. But what is the issue? The Honorable Korere.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's still in regard to the question that the Honorable Bishop Mwangaza asked. And Speaker, my good friend, the leader of minority majority, Honorable Mbandi, will agree with me that, no, I mean the leader of minority, sorry. And Speaker, If I may continue, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes, proceed.
Yes. The Budget and Appropriation Committee actually appropriates a lot of monies to the Ministry of Education. So I believe that members, I would encourage the Honorable Mwangaza to actually bring such things, because the money we allocate to CDF, members will agree with me that it is never enough for us to do all the infrastructural developments in our constituencies. So I think the Honorable member is very much within in order to ask such a question to the Minister.
So now, the question by the Honorable, the issue raised by the Honorable Sanko is the same thing Honorable Mishra want to raise.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Sir, I want to be educated about when we invite the CS to our committees, she never appears. Health Committee, I am there as Vice Chair. She never appears. And she sends CAS always since last 9 months. Can we know the CS is always permanently can represent CS? Because sometimes, most of the times and all the times, the CS is not, he cannot represent 100% what we want from CS. And as far as my small knowledge is concerned, what I am informed, the Constitution, there is nothing called CS would represent CS. So what is the way forward, Honorable Speaker, sir? Thank you, sir.
Who told you? Honorable Duale.
Speaker, is Honorable Mishra, is he properly dressed? It's like one of the papers referred to his house as a Pentecostal something. But this looks like more like as if he's in a temple, in a Sikh temple. So Speaker, I think we need to be very, very careful. That shawl, Mr. Speaker, is not part of the dressing of Parliament, and you need to explain to us, Speaker. I don't think, the Speaker, it is. Because some people will come with the blankets, and the weather is chilly.
Honorable Mishra, you want to respond?
Yes, Speaker, sir. I want to look more handsome and smart, and I use this one, and it is just like an accessory. It is not the real dress code. So thank you very much. I will take my senior majority leader to different part of the world and different part of the parliaments to see even in the model or in the designer dress. Thank you, Speaker, sir.
Honorable Bukose.
Honorable Speaker, last week, Honorable Ditmas Barasa sought a statement and a ruling from the chair on issues pertaining to the operations of CAS in as far as committees are concerned. And you undertook that you'll be able to reply. Just like the other week also, the majority leader undertook to table a list here of members attending committees, and up to now, it has not been tabled. And you see, Honorable Speaker, when Honorable Kurere referred to minority leader that is minority majority, it is deliberate actually, because since the handshake, we don't know which side is minority and which is majority. I think the House is still in handshake and in confusion. So I think that is just orderly. And we also need to be exchanging the sittings. The majority sits the other side and comes on this side, so that we really are not sure which is the majority and which is the minority.
No. Well, You know, if you look at your standing orders, you are not supposed to ask questions which are there in law. You cannot ask, for instance, what does the law say about this? Because you are expected as a member of parliament to know it. So now that is already there in the, both in the constitution. You just have to look at Article 108, look at our standing orders. So it is there. I don't need to make any ruling on that. With regard to the issue of that has been raised by the Honorable Sankok, the member from Mwea has already given a response that the Cabinet Secretary is to appear on 21st. So I think that should then settle the matter. If already a date has been given for his appearance as Tuesday 22nd, then that should settle the matter. But with regard to the issue of appearances before committees, a communication will definitely issue. And also with regard to the issue of membership attendance before committees, before Thursday this week, that will also be tabled here. The staff are busy preparing the list. So that, you know, there are some members who are in committees and they are doing a lot of work. Their colleagues don't bother to join them. So that, you know, as we get into midterm, we can have some reorganization. Because there are people who are already now in some mode, particular mode, and therefore finding sitting in the committees or in the House extremely difficult or threatening their survival. So, and you know, political survival is also quite a serious issue. So I may not know why they don't attend committees, but once the names are brought here, the standing orders will apply and will deal with the matter that way, so that you can be allowed time to go and do that which is taking most of your time. Yes. The Honorable Eseli Simiu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance. Mr. Speaker, the coffee industry is a very important industry to this country, Mr. Speaker. But as you notice, just like the tea industry, there are very serious problems vis-a-vis the pricing and things like that. But Mr. Speaker, one premier institution in the coffee industry is the Coffee Research Institute, previously called the Coffee Research Foundation. But Mr. Speaker, I had a chance to visit there very recently, Mr. Speaker, and it's a shame. Their own coffee is blighted seriously by coffee berry disease. You can't find the employees. They just come, show up and go. When I tried to inquire, I was informed that their salaries are so delayed. They don't have material. Even they don't have the chemicals to spray for coffee berry disease. They are the ones who produce seedlings. They are not producing any seedlings. They are completely not even underfunded, not funded. And Mr. Speaker, if you know, you might not be aware, of recent coffee growing has been moving to the North Rift, the South Rift, and parts of Western Kenya, including West Pokot and so on, Mr. Speaker. So it means that we are actually spreading out to other areas where there's still land for coffee, but we are killing the institution, the premier institution for coffee research. So, Mr. Speaker, it will mean, despite the accolades Coffee Research Institute, then called Foundation, acquired in the world for research on varieties like Ruiru 11, like Batian, we are losing all that, Mr. Speaker. So I would like, Mr. Speaker, that you give direction to the Committee on Agriculture to visit that institution and find out what's ailing that institution before we lose it all, Mr. Speaker. Because if we lose that institution, then we lose all the research memories that we have, we lose all the development in coffee that we have, and that will be dangerous for our economy. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish for your direction that the Committee on Agriculture takes up this matter urgently and brings a report to this House so we can actually know whether we need, as a parliament, to intervene and ensure that that institution survives. Otherwise, as I speak now, Mr. Speaker, employees go for months without salaries. And it's not a very good situation. Actually, when I went there, compared to the times I've been there before, it looked like a ghost estate where there is almost nothing going on. And that's a very dangerous situation, Mr. Speaker. And I believe the Committee on Agriculture is up to the task, and they can actually investigate and give us a report as to what needs to be urgently done to resuscitate that institution. And I believe when the report does come, the leader of my minority will take his respective place and not confuse the Honorable Korere as to where he belongs. Majority or minority?
Well, obviously, naturally, I would have expected that the Committee on Agriculture knows the remit. It is not just about importation of sugar and others. You should also deal, this is your mandate, Committee on Agriculture. You are the people who are expected. I can say Honorable Ijendi is around. Sorry, Honorable Wangwe. I will give directions understanding under number 218, subsection 2, that your committee will extract what has been stated by the Honorable Eseli and use it to visit that institution, the Coffee Research Institution, Foundation, to go and investigate what is ailing it and bring a report to the House. Honorable Wangwe, since you are here, take up the matter. Very well. Honorable members, there was a request for, sorry, Honorable Kostani, what is your?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask this House that we recognize this week has been a very good week for us, Kenya, as an athletic nation. We have had our athletes, Eliud Kipchoge, who broke the world record at a time of 1:59.40. And Mr. Speaker, as a House, I think whenever we lose somebody, we have a minute's silence to honor them. I don't know what mechanism we are going to put in place to honor such heroes. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the country, this country, beloved country, Kenya, holds 7 world records. Eliud Kipchoge holds the world record in the full marathon. The full marathon of women is held by Bridget Koskei. Half marathon men is held by Geoffrey Kamwaro. Half marathon women is held by Jocelyn Koskei. 800 meters men is held by our very own Daniel Rudisha. 3,000 meters steeplechase women is held by Beatrice Chepkoech. And 3,000 meters flat is held by Daniel Komen. Mr. Speaker, what Eliud Kipchoge achieved over the weekend is a very Herculean task. He showed that no human is indeed no human is limited. We ask, Mr. Speaker, that as Eliud Kipchoge and others who have brought glory to this country, as he returns, we have seen the government give tax exemptions for other very minor issues on people. We would like that Eliud Kipchoge and any other Kenyan who holds a world record be given tax exemption. And going forward, Mr. Speaker, we as a country, we have an institution called Brand Kenya, Mr. Speaker, that is not using our athletes and our rugby players and our key footballers who have achieved in playing in key teams in the world, and our rugby players who have brought us glory, Mr. Speaker, we are not as Brand Kenya using them to brand our country. Yesterday, as I was driving around, Mr. Speaker, I saw the UAP towers up in Upper Hill, and they had their logo, and they have the logo also of 159.40. But I came from Eldoret and landed at our beautiful airport, and there is nothing on 150, there is zero branding on what we achieved over the weekend, Mr. Speaker. So we really need these institutions to wake up, Mr. Speaker. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is that Athletics Kenya has decided that they are going to have rotational trials. Like this year, the trials for the National Olympic Trials is supposed to be held in Eldoret, which is one of the homes of our athletes. Mr. Speaker, we do not have a stadium in Eldoret that is complete and ready enough to hold such trials. We will now have to hold them in Nairobi. This becomes a burden to us, and I think for all of us who saw the crowd that was there in Eldoret watching from a huge screen that was set up by the county government of Uasin Gishu. That crowd, if we take the athletics there, we might even break world records at home because the athletes will have the motivation when they're running in front of their own. Mr. Speaker, we also ask, as CDF.
Now, do you want to debate that? Because you are on a point of order. Because I want to give a member who has organized his thoughts. Yes, there's a member who has organized his thoughts and is seeking 0 hour.
Okay.
Why don't we give him a chance to make the statement? So
Okay,
that then
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand
the many things that you have written. Of course, I hope you will not ask the House to give tax exemptions, but
this House can, Mr. Speaker.
You see, people must make applications for those ones. But of course, even as you make that statement, go and look at your constitution, and more particularly Article 210 on payment of taxes. So that, no, this is for free. When it comes to the constitution, I will tell you where it is, what you need to look at. You just look at Article 210, you will see whether you can make that statement without giving some other additional information. But Honorable Alfred Kettel, you're the one who requested for 0 hour. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it is in order that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 4.3, I wish to raise a matter regarding several national heroes and heroines who have achieved much lately. Honorable Speaker, on Saturday, October 12, 2019, we celebrated with the wall as one of our own, Eliud Kipchoge, ran a 42-kilometer marathon in 1 hour, 59 minutes and 40 seconds. The first human being to ever do so. The same weekend, Bridget Koskei broke a 16-year-old record in the women's marathon, running in 2 hours, 14 minutes and 4 seconds. We also had our Kenya Navy and other agencies which managed to retrieve the vehicle that had sunk to a depth of over 50 meters in the Likoni Channel about 2 weeks ago. Several General Service Unit officers who lost their lives in the line of duty while conducting security patrols in the Garissa area. While our soldiers are still fighting in Somalia as part of the AMISOM forces, these Kenyans have and continue to undertake extraordinary national duties, bringing high acclaim to our nation. As we prepare to celebrate Mashujaa Day, they deserve special recognition for their contribution to and sacrifice on behalf of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it is therefore against this background that I seek your leave to raise this matter during today's statement hour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 0 hour. 0 hour. 0 hour.
Tuesdays is 0 hour. When you raise an issue like this one, understanding on number 43, must be on a Tuesday, 0 hour. And I know some other members now. I can hear some calling it happy hour. It isn't. I had somebody whisper happy hour there, somewhere at the corner there. I hope it is not Honorable Didimas Barasa. He looks happy already. Anyhow, I've seen some other members who are seeking statements understanding on the number 44-2. Please, if you do so, in fact 2C, if you do so, remember that statement will have to be read out you'll have to read it out on a Thursday afternoon. Thursday afternoon. I will exercise discretion and allow you to do so after 3 p.m. because the general rule is that not later than 3 p.m. But looking at the business as has been appearing, we exercise discretion to allow you to raise those statements. Anyhow, Honorable Kettel, do you have the numbers? But we need to know because he has raised several issues. He has raised several issues about the marathoners, about the GSU, about the Navy. He raised about Mashujaa. It is because I want to exercise discretion so that this does not come at 6:30, even today, even though today is a Tuesday, it comes up at 6, so that as many of you as possible are able to contribute. So at 6 p.m., Honorable Ketel, be in the House. 6 p.m., the House will adjourn to discuss the issues that you've raised. Now, honourable members, I delayed making this statement because it's an announcement. Honourable members, as you are all aware, the National Assembly has since 2009 engaged the private sector, KEPSA, annually through the Speaker's Roundtable. Topics of interest aimed at bolstering the roles of the two institutions are deliberated upon for posterity and development of the nation's economy. I therefore wish to notify you that the National Assembly, in conjunction with the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, has organized the 2019 Speakers Roundtable meeting under the theme, in quotes, the critical role of the legislature and the private sector in boosting economic competitiveness for growth and job creation, close the quotes. The meeting will take place from the 17th to the 19th of October 2019 in Mombasa County. The participants will include the Presidium of the House, party leaders and whips, chairpersons and vice chairpersons of committees who will depart Nairobi for Mombasa on Thursday, 17th of October 2019 at close of business and return on Saturday, 19th of October. Honourable members, this year's roundtable meeting provides an opportunity in the endeavor to bring together the management of the private sector and the political leadership of the National Assembly to candidly engage and interact on issues of interest that are pivotal to for preparing the country's economy to higher levels. Honourable members, there is no doubt that this year's roundtable retreat comes at the most opportune time when the country is grappling with unemployment and job creation, especially for the youth. In particular, this meeting will provide both the business community and the members of parliament an occasion to take stock of the legislative engagements over the past year. Further, it will also provide an opportunity for both parties to further concretize the partnership with an aim of accelerating legislative interventions aimed at catalyzing socioeconomic transformation and growth. This is therefore to inform the House about the event and indeed request all those invited, including the leadership of the House, chairpersons, vice chairpersons, and other members that have received invitations to dedicate time to attend this crucial meeting. I thank you, members. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, petition by the executive for the variation of the boundaries of Mount Elgon Forest Reserve, resumption of debate.
Honourable members, this debate on this motion started last week, and at close of business, the following members had contributed. The mover, the Honourable Karek Mbiuki. Seconder, the Honourable Sophia Nur. The Honourable Benjamin Washiali. The Honourable Wafula Wamunyinyi. The Honourable David Sankok. The Honourable Chachu Ganya. The Honourable Moses Cheboy. The Honourable Mabonga Mwambu. The Honourable Jeremiah Kioni. And the Honourable Oyula Maelo, who has a balance of 7 minutes. So those are the members that have contributed and may not contribute to it today. The Honourable Oyula. The Honourable Oyula must be the member for Butula, isn't it? The Honourable Oyula Maelo. Member absent, not desiring to be present, he forfeits his chance. So any other member is at liberty to, who has not contributed, is at liberty to contribute. Honorable Mutua Barasa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this report. This is a very important report, Honorable Speaker, considering that previously before, we have had insecurity in Mount Elgon, and lack of titles has been cited as part of the reason why the locals were fighting, Honorable Speaker. So this is a very, this report is going to put that matter to rest. And because I'm also told that the same people who are occupying Chepuk phases 1 and 2 are the same ones who are trying to encroach on Chep Kitale. And this report, if implemented, Honorable Speaker, is going to secure our forests from encroachment, Honorable Speaker. But I'm just also worried that maybe, I may think that maybe in future, when government will change, we will not witness a similar MAU, where CS who will come maybe 10 or 15 years will come to declare those titles pieces of papers, and that this must be properly implemented, and to avoid the scenario where cartels, where people begin to encroach on forest land, because forests are very important and must be preserved, Honorable Speaker. And I only wish that the list of the beneficiaries, those who will get titles, must also be looked into properly and keenly, Honorable Speaker, because the locals will resist any attempts by government to bring people from elsewhere to benefit from this land, Honorable Speaker, and that the government must be very clear about the list or the number of people who are going to benefit, who are going to be given title deeds, Honorable Speaker. So this is a very good report, only that in future I would want to ask the chair to, if you are coming up with such particular reports, you should also try to reach out to a number of leaders in a particular area. Mount Elgon is my neighbor, we bother them, and whatever happens in Mount Elgon also affects the people of community constituency, Honorable Speaker, and it's good that the committee ought to have invited us to appear before his committee. Nonetheless, this has happened and the report is not bad, but I hope that the chair will take note of my concern going forward, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this report had been supported very well by the local leaders. I've gone through the committee's deliberations. I've seen even there were recommendations that were given to the committee by the county government of Bungoma, which, as a member of parliament from that county, I'm in support, I'm in agreement with those recommendations, and that the committee had looked into them and captured what the people of Bungoma through the CEC for public administration through his letter, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I allowed this committee for this particular report, I want us also the government to ensure that Chepuk area, those people who are encroaching, they should be told that that one is not acceptable, Honorable Speaker, to avoid a scenario where in future such kind of decisions bruise some kind of misunderstanding, Honorable Speaker, and how I wish that if we have people already who have already encroached on Chepuk or Chep Kitale, Honorable Speaker, that the government looks for alternative way of resettling them, because if those who are in charge of a forest will sleep on duty and allow Kenyans to encroach on it, live there for a very long period of time, you know, the generations coming to inherit land from their fathers, which their fathers grabbed or encroached on forest land, Honorable Speaker, I think it's not fair just to throw them away, but a way must be found on a win-win situation, Honorable Speaker, so that they can also be accommodated. And the committee should also ensure that the CS for Environment and all other state agencies are keen enough not to allow Kenyans to encroach on forest land. Not just forest land, but any government land, Honorable Speaker. Because it beats logic, Honorable Speaker, that the people who are supposed to ensure that forest land is well preserved, that government land is only used for the purposes of government, if such people will sleep on duty until Kenyans encroach on that particular land, even some will even begin to sell that particular land, Honorable Speaker, but then in future it brings a problem in this country. So the government must always ensure that forest land is not encroached, and if there is anybody who tries to encroach on that particular land, Honorable Speaker, that they should be ordered to leave that land as quickly as possible before the matter gets out of hand, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with these very few remarks, I support this report. Thank you.
Member for Igembe Central.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this petition, of which, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support. Mr. Speaker, in as much as we are saying that the forests are being encroached, and we are fighting that device very seriously, and we can also see what is happening in Mau, there's a lot of resistance, but all in all, we need to conserve our forests, we need to conserve our forest cover. But, Mr. Speaker, there are some exceptional areas which need to be considered critically and with the historical background of each particular aspect. And this particular one, Mr. Speaker, I find the petition very viable and reasonable, because we have people who have been living in these pieces of land next to the forests for many, many years, either having been settled there or having lived there with their forefathers lived there, and within time, as time passed by, they were even allowed to start building schools, cultivating crops, and more so clearing the bushes within the forest, Mr. Speaker. And this Mount Elgon issue, Mr. Speaker, is synonymous to many other areas in this country, Mr. Speaker, which border forests. We have an example of Nyambene Forest, Mr. Speaker, where I come from, in Igembe Central, in Meru, whereby a big chunk of land at the edge of the forest was given to families who are destitute after the Mau Mau uprisings, after the independence, and those people who are living, whose parents and whose people were in the forest fighting for independence, and most of them were killed or others were maimed. They were compensated by being given pieces of land next to the forest. And that part of the forest was hived, and the boundaries were replaced, Mr. Speaker. But the bottom line is that they were not given title deeds, they had not been given ownership of the land, despite that they are living in those particular parts of the land, of which I believe this is the same story with the Mount Elgon, whereby you are living on a land where you have stayed for over 20 years or that or 40, whereby you have been doing all your work there, you have got even schools there, you have got even kids buried there, and then now when it comes to ownership, you don't have that particular ownership because the government has not facilitated the giving of the title deeds. And if you have not been facilitated to get the title deed, you appear to be a squatter in that particular piece of land for those many years. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petition is very valid, and it should not just be tailored on Mount Elgon alone. It should be done across the country. All those pieces of land which were next to the forest, and the people have been living there for many years, and they have not been given title deeds, they should all be vetted, but be taking very proper care and caution that we should not take an advantage of having more land out of the forest to settle people or to get people, unscrupulous people, trying to get land because of this window. The window must be very clear, specific lands, specific families, specific areas, so that those really who deserve it, they can get title deeds for those pieces of land. And in the long run, they can stay there comfortably. Because now they are worried, they can be challenged or they can be evicted anytime, and they won't have any recourse. They cannot even go to a court of law to say that we have been evicted from our land because they don't have any legal document to prove that this is their piece of land. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support the petition, but again I repeat, let us be very cautious When we are resettling, when we are giving titles to these people, we take the bona fide owners and being very careful not to dilapidate the forest more. More so, we need to secure the forest further, but those others also should be comfortable as Kenyans in pieces of land which they believe it's their own. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Member for Makueni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important report. Mr. Speaker, the case of Mount Elgon is very unique and presents a unique situation. And I believe that what Cabinet considered and the executive before seeking approval of this House on the degazettement of part of the forest so that Kenyans who've been living in that particular area for a long time, and most probably, if you look at the history from the report, is a matter which started in the 1930s and went on for many years, government after government, from the colonial days to the governments we've had after independence up to today. Mr. Speaker, these particular circumstances are unique, and therefore they should not be used as a precedent for any other people or any other squatters who are near a forest to automatically get a right to get land alienated to them, and we keep on depleting our forest cover, which is already below the 10% required by the UN, Mr. Speaker. Recently, in this same House, we approved another settlement scheme, which is in Kiambu, where people had been settled over a long, long time following displacement by clashes in the Rift Valley, and it was, for a good cause when a petition was presented here. But way forward, Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful not to deplete our forests, because there are very many other similar situations still pending in the country, and land is very emotive. We have situations like that even in the coastal area. There are a lot of land disputes not yet settled, and we thank God now we have a new commission to be able to look at this, because it's a matter really for the National Land Commission. But at this particular moment, because of the history, the government sought a petition, and also Parliament is now dealing with it, so that those particular people can be settled, Mr. Speaker. So I believe, as much as we agree with this, also the committee, I've seen the conclusions they have made, but also we have a standing rule that in every land, at least there should be some forest cover. I believe that the Forest Department, Mr. Speaker, should ensure that these people who have now been given this land, or who will get this particular land, they must retain a certain cover of forest, Mr. Speaker, because this is admittedly a water catchment area, and we still need trees. And in fact, this debate, Mr. Speaker, now that the rains are here with us, should be used by all members of Parliament to urge their constituents to plant more trees, Mr. Speaker. Because the main target of the country, Mr. Speaker, is to retain forests, is to plant more trees, and where there are very exceptional circumstances, like now in this Mount Elgon case, Mr. Speaker, then sparing the Parliament or Cabinet or can allow, or the law can allow an exceptional circumstance, because for every rule there is an exception, and this is a particular exception, and you can see even part of the residents, Mr. Speaker, opposed it, but majority wanted settlement so that many other social evils could be settled, things like insecurity in that particular area where people have been fighting over pieces of land, and we are aware many lives have been lost, Mr. Speaker. So with this particular special circumstances, Mr. Speaker, we really want to agree with the committee and the executive and the cabinet, but really want to challenge the committee in future to be very, very keen when it comes to an issue of forest depletion or settlements, unless it's historical or there are very, very special circumstances like this one. Almost in every other area we have a forest reservation or reserve, and there are people next to it. Actually, encroached, in a lot of occasions, it is encroached. So I believe now rules should be made, and exactly that. Whoever is now encroaching should leave forest area. We should plant more trees. We should increase the forest cover, Mr. Speaker, so that we could have a better climate. And it's a major source of many, forest conservation generally, and also environment now is a world over thing. There are many demonstrations in many parts of the world, beginning with London, UK, America. All over the world, people are now making demonstrations that environments be conserved, that rivers be conserved, that rivers be cleaned. For example, Mr. Speaker, now we are doing Thwake Dam, but the water going through Nairobi and Earth River in Machakos are so dirty that when we make this dam, Mr. Speaker, we could be giving Kenyans water which is not clean. So the matter of environment and forest, Mr. Speaker, has become a debate, a world debate. And while we do this, the rules should be very clear and the debate should be very clear that we want more forests in the country other than these exceptional circumstances, and therefore support the committees chaired and the chairs and urge members to support this, but in future we must exercise caution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mount Elgon.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. This petition concerns my constituency, and this is a day that the people of Mount Elgon have been waiting for far too long. Mr. Speaker, for clarity, this issue of Chebuk is an issue that has survived 4 presidents. It started with the late President Jomo Kenyatta in 1971, and it is being accomplished by President Uhuru Kenyatta. Mr. Speaker, this Chebuk, for clarity of members, was a settlement that was created in exchange of Chepkitale. And people have been living in Chepkitale from 1930s. But by 1971, our first member of parliament, Daniel Moss, petitioned the President Kenyatta at that time. And an agreement was reached so that Chebuk was excised out of the forest for settlement of the Dorobo from Chepkitale. And Mr. Speaker, from 1971 to date, the settlement has not been regularized. And that is the reason why, for quite a number of period of time, we have had issues related with insecurity arising out of the government's failure to regularize the settlement for these people. Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear that the people of Mount Elgon have suffered for far too long because the government has been slow in implementing the regularization so that these people can get title deeds. Mr. Speaker, I remember in 1989, for failure to have title deeds, the people were displaced. Many people lost their lives. They lost their livestock. And thereafter, after petitioning again the former President Moi, there was a promise of regularizing. It was not done. It brought about serious insecurity issues. That was 1996, Mr. Speaker. And this move to finally settle once and for all the issue of Chebuk is a welcome relief for the people of Mount Elgon. I would urge the plenary to consider very seriously and not to introduce anything, any amendment to this report, because as the wearer of the shoe, I know why it pinches. This report, Mr. Speaker, I want to further add that there is an NGO in Mount Elgon, and this NGO is gaining a lot of notoriety in terms of trying to oppose this regularization because they have their own ill intentions. And Mr. Speaker, this NGO called Chepkitale People's Indigenous Development Project is getting millions of shillings. And the owners of the NGO, in the guise of promoting conservation, instead they are buying land for their own in Kitale. So, Mr. Speaker, the House would have done the right thing to correct a historical injustice that has existed, that the people of Mount Elgon have carried for this long period of time. And Mr. Speaker, like what my colleagues have said, it is important that some other areas of this country are also considered, because there are people living in areas that initially were forest, but the government never took any move to do degazettement. They have invested heavily, like in Kitalale. There are some areas of Tarbo, what Honorable Iringo has said in Nyambene, but without title, somebody cannot have that full proof that the land belongs to him or her. So, Mr. Speaker, the move that the executive has done today, let it extend to other areas so that Kenyans cannot suffer the way the people of Mount Elgon have suffered. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues once again that let us pass this report as it is. Let us not open a Pandora box. Because what is happening, Mr. Speaker, lack of regularization is prompting people again to move to Chepkitale. And if the regularization is not done and the people move back to Chepkitale, there will be a serious ecological disaster for this country. Because the kind of damage that will be done would be so massive and irreparable. So, Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, colleagues, support the people of Mount Elgon by passing this report. Thank you.
What is this? Honorable John Bundy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to make my contribution to this request for Parliament or National Assembly to exercise its powers, which the Constitution expects this House to be the one approving the gazettement of gazetted forests. Mr. Speaker, looking at the reports, looking at the petition, I realized that this forest was gazetted in 1932, which is way back, and the total acreage or the total area was in excess of 91,000 hectares. This is a huge forest, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I support, because I've looked at the report and I'm seeing justification and reasons given for us to approve the disgazettement of about 4,000 hectares for proper settlement. There is already, these people are already settled, but they are not settled properly in terms of documentation and in terms of titles. But Mr. Speaker, my only concern is that looking at the report of the committee, I see no really clear, good reason for degazetting this portion of the forest. So even as we support the degazettement, but I would expect the committee to follow through the implementation of this exercise so that we have the correct beneficiaries benefiting from this land. Because, Mr. Speaker, in the past, we have seen where forests have been hived off and people settled, and instead of settling the people who really lack land and need settlement, we end up with rich people, people coming from elsewhere who have land elsewhere to come and take settlement of the same. And Mr. Speaker, one hopes that this is not going to happen. But Mr. Speaker, why I say that I don't see good reason for exercising this forest is because, one, the executive had indicated through their petition that this forest will be, we degazette Chepyuk in exchange for another one, which is Chepkitale. But Mr. Speaker, it is clear in this report that the residents of Chepkitale disagreed with that assertion, and they have even stated that they were not ready to discuss the exchange of their ancestral land for the allocation of land in Chepyuk Phase 2 and Phase 3. Now, therefore, the reason that the executive gave is not going to fly, because the residents of this other area, which is being said to be, that this area will be exchanged for the forest that is being degazetted, the residents are saying no already, and they are not ready to negotiate. So that reason is not factual. But, Mr. Speaker, what is more interesting is reading at the recommendation, the observations and findings of the committee. Observation number 1 and finding number 1 makes some sense, because it says in security that the reasons are as follows: that insecurity and interclan clashes in Chepyuk settlement scheme were aggravated by land ownership conflicts, because there is no clarity on who owns the land where these people are settled. That the gazettement would ensure clarity on ownership of land and improve security in the region. If this is done properly, and the people who are supposed to benefit, those who are settled there, get titles for their land, then it would make sense. But, Mr. Speaker, reason number 4 does not make sense in my view. That the national government, county government, and other development partners have invested heavily in various projects, including roads, security and administrative installations, communication and water facilities in the 2 phases of the scheme. That cannot be a justification for degazetting a forest. The mere fact that people have invested in schools, roads have been put there, then you are telling me, Mr. Speaker, what the committee is saying is that even the case of Mau Forest, where there are people have already settled, and we see there are schools there, and there are shopping centers, marketplaces, there are roads all over the place. So you are telling me that anywhere, if you encroach into a forest, establish schools, establish roads, establish water, then we should now degazette that forest and give it for settlement. That, if we take that route as a country, Mr. Speaker, in the next 20 years, we will not have any single forest in this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I expected the committee not to come up with such a recommendation as a finding, because it's a finding that does not make sense. It's a finding that is not a justification for degazetting the forest. Mr. Speaker, the other reason that the area is already settled and the relocation of the residents to alternative areas would be more costly than the gazettement of the 2 phases. Again, Mr. Speaker, really, does that make sense? That we cannot move people out of the forest, and therefore, because it is expensive, and therefore, you should leave them there. Then why are we telling the people who are occupying Mau Forest to leave? Because even them getting them out is not cheap. It's expensive. First, there is the humanitarian aspect. Second, there is the aspect of settling them. You need to buy land and settle them there. So, Mr. Speaker, this kind of reasoning to me does not make any justification for disgazetting the forest. And again, even reasoning number 6, I can go on and on. But, Mr. Speaker, I think, let me just put my comment straight to the committee, that yes, maybe we need to agree with you and have, yes, Chair is telling me there are 2 committees, but I agree. But, Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to say is this. I agree that there are so many reports. There was a task force, the cabinet has sat, this thing has come all along for so many years, and even the Kenya Forest Services have agreed that this area can be degazetted. Based on that, I don't think all these experts could be wrong. That is why I'm reluctantly supporting this degazettement, that these experts probably have looked into this matter and have seen that the direction, this recommendation is not going to be harmful to the future generation of this country. But we need to be very careful, Mr. Speaker, as a country, and protect and conserve our forests. As we do that, Mr. Speaker, where I see laxity is on the part of the Kenya Forest Services. Mr. Speaker, Kenya Forest Services have the appetite of looking for more areas to gazette to become forest, yet they cannot protect the forests that have already been gazetted. In my constituency, there is a forest which is over 4,000 hectares. And Mr. Speaker, that forest has been destroyed completely by loggers, people who encroach and cut trees. But now what you find the Kenya Forest Services doing is to demand that we add more 2,000 hectares to that forest for more water catchment areas. Yet they cannot even protect the existing forest. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what happened with the Kenya Forest Services. When I was growing up, I used to see the Kenya Forest Services officers residing and having their residences inside the forest to protect our forest. Nowadays, the Kenya Forest Service officers stay miles away from the forest. How can you protect forest when you are not residing in the forest, when you are not sitting there? They are just moving around. They are not even watching over our forests, and yet we pay them huge salaries, Mr. Speaker. I think this is something that seriously needs to change. But finally, Mr. Speaker, for us to realize a good forest cover of about 10%, I think the leadership of this country, where we belong, need to come up with a system where every public facility in this country, whether it is a school, whether it is a chief's office, assistant chief's office, or even churches, that it becomes mandatory that you set aside a percentage of the area, the land area of that public facility for planting of trees. If we take 10% of all our schools, whether primary schools, secondary schools, we take all the public offices from the assistant chief's office to the chief's office, to DOs, what is now called the DCCs, and all the churches. We ask even the churches to set aside 10% of their land. And we have a system of planting trees in these public facilities. Mr. Speaker, we will move closer to realizing the 10% forest cover that we desire as a country. Otherwise, if we just continue talking about forest cover, we will not be having more trees, but worse still, we will even be destroying the forest that we already have in place. Mr. Speaker, if we cannot protect the forest, we are destroying the future of our children, grandchildren, and the generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the report.
Chair of Lands.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to confirm that indeed we handled this petition jointly with the Committee on Environment. As you can see, honorable members, it is a unique petition that has been brought by the executive in order to deal with this matter of Mount Elgon regarding the variation of boundaries of the forest reserve in order to resettle people who are already living on this piece of land. Honorable Speaker, the Joint Committee noted that in all the submissions that were received by the committee, they were all for the petition, apart from submissions that were made by one Mr. Pete Kemei that did not support the degazettement of Chepiuk phases 2 and 3. And the grounds that have been given, Honorable Speaker, is that this area has a lot of insecurity, and in the insecurity is occasioned by the fact that people are unsure on whether they own land or they do not own land. And for that reason, the biggest reason as to why, as a committee, jointly, we accepted and said that the government had a point in making sure that these people are resettled. And I listened to the Honorable Kapondi when he was making his presentation in support of this report, and I realized that he seems to be the one who understands this matter much more than all of us who were listening to people who are making submissions. And I would like to say that we really agreed, and we felt that this matter needs to be settled so that people can settle down, so that people can farm, so that they can build more permanent structures,
and so that we can also have less insecurity in this area. This will also clarify the ownership of land and improve security generally in this area and also up the hill. Honorable Speaker, I have also listened keenly to the Honorable Bandi when he was making his presentation, and he spoke about the people who live up the hill. And Honorable Speaker, these are the residents of Kitale who categorically disagreed with the assertions made by the executive in the petition that Chepiok phase 2 and 3 was intended to be an exchange for Chepkitale. They stated that they were not ready to discuss the exchange of their ancestral land for the allocation of land. Honorable Speaker, we listened to the leaders of this area, and they would like to conserve the forest. They would like to see more forest cover, moving from the 7.8 towards achieving the 10% that is acceptable internationally. And for that reason, I would like, as I support this petition, as I know that the Parliamentary Committee on Lands also supported, to say that it is within the government machinery to ensure that a community is not provided land on the lower areas, and then they make a decision that they are not going to move from the upper areas where government expects to plant more trees, and also ensure that there is no erosion which is destroying the lower areas. So it is important that government will take this seriously and ensure that the communities that are living in Chepkitale, who seemed to disagree with the assertions made by executive that they are forced to move out of the forest, because everybody cannot just live where they want to live. If we do that, then it means that we are not going to achieve the forest cover that is desired. Honorable Speaker, this is also going to provide the beneficiaries with a more secure land tenure and the trend of poor land use. They know that they are living here permanently. They will be able to conserve, knowing that they are doing it for their own generations to come. And I believe that it will give them an opportunity to also take care of this land. Honorable Speaker, this will also ensure proper planning within the scheme, which will spur development. This is going to be properly planned by the ministry through its settlement department to ensure that they plan properly where common areas should be, where schools should be, and ensure that these areas are not grabbed and they are used for the activity that it will be designated to them. Honorable Speaker, we also realized that as much as we thought that the national and also the county leaders would have problems with degazettement, they all agreed that it is important that this land is given to the beneficiaries, and these are the people who are already living there. There are fears being expressed by the honorable members, and what we were told is that this area will be, the beneficiaries will be the people who are already living on this piece of land. So the opportunity for other people to misuse the opportunity and grab land will also be very minimal. Honorable Speaker, also, we realized that there is quite a lot of investment by the national government and also by the county government, although the Honorable Bandi felt that this may not be a strong point according to our judgment as a joint committee, and also the visit that was made by some of our members, is that there is a lot of investment. And the reason as to why this investment was being done is because there was a plan to resettle this. It is totally different from the upper area, which is on the upper areas where there is no electricity, no roads. You cannot compare this with the lower areas where the suggestion of degazetting is being made. Honorable Speaker, this area, as I said earlier, is already settled. And it did not look viable to relocate these people, especially because of the fact that they were promised this piece of land many, many years ago. Actually, it was a matter of implementation. Honorable Speaker, the moorland area of Chepkitare was the origin of all the major rivers that surrounded this area, And therefore, it was important that it was protected against encroachment, and that is why that I was just earlier saying that it is important that government puts its foot down to ensure that this area where all the rivers are coming from is secured. Honorable Speaker, the Joint Committee further noted that government had facilitated due process because due process is a matter that we wanted to keenly look at for the gazettement of Chepiuk phases 2 and 3, which included conducting public participation. And this included barazas at the local level, meetings with the county government, meetings with the national government officials. We realized that that was properly done. Seeking of approvals from the Kenya Forest Service and conducting environmental impact assessment, which is extremely important to make sure that as much as the gazettement is being done, it is not going to interfere with biodiversity. Honorable Speaker, as I finish, the committee further observed that the petition discussed adequately, the petitioners disclosed adequate grounds for variation of the boundaries, that as far as we are concerned, the grounds for the gazettement seemed to be clear, and also with the fact that it is a matter that was expected and many governments had made a promise, we felt that this is a matter that needed to be finalized. So, Honorable Speaker, I felt that it is important for the Parliamentary Committee on Lands to put our word into this report and to say that we fully stand by it. And I believe that finally the locals of this area are going to get title deeds and they'll be able to settle on their pieces of land. Regarding the beneficiaries, we have recommended that it be ensured that no land grabbers are encouraged and that the beneficiaries of this land are the people who are living in this area. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Member for Matuga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on such an important matter touching the lives of most of the Kenyans when it comes to the issues, matters on land. I support this motion without any amendments, as my colleague, Honorable Kapondi, alluded, because when it comes to matters land, the Dorobo people who we are talking about, who are basically supposed to be the beneficiaries, we know very well that they fall under the category of marginalized. Just like us, Digos from Coast or from Kwale, we are marginalized and landless. So any effort that the executive will be putting in place to give land to the landless, it just requires total support. It requires total support because, as my colleagues have already said, without land, basically you will be stateless. The issue of turning this one into a settlement scheme, yes, but through experience, the word settlement scheme has always been misused by government officials, creating a loophole for land grabbers and shylocks and maybe politically correct people to get a piece of this land. We have so many cases, even in my constituency. Talk of Golini settlement scheme, which was land, well occupied, well developed by the locals, but by the mere fact that it was designated as a settlement scheme, I think there is some bit of law which said a settlement scheme, anybody who deserves to get land can get a piece of that land. And in fact, we ended by over 50% of that land being given to non-locals, even land where somebody has his property, he has built, but it's allocated to someone else simply because it's designated as a settlement scheme. I happened to be in Lamu over the weekend. There is a settlement scheme called the Swahili Settlement Scheme, which His Excellency, the President, had said that should be given out. I witnessed people coming from all over the country, queuing, trying to get that land. Some of them even getting lost, even after they've been shown the piece of land which is supposed to be theirs. they were not able to trace their way home. They were asking all over where they can now go to the main road. But it's because it had been designated as a settlement scheme. So for this particular case, as I totally support, I would also urge for it to be designated as an adjudication area. Because the locals are already there, it's already settled, it's already developed. So why can't it just be designated as an education area whereby now people are just being given their land? You are only shown. Already you know your boundaries, but now you are only being told this is the area, either it's 1 acre, 2 acres, or 3 acres after it's now surveyed, and you are given that title deed. For those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support this petition and this motion. Thank you.
Member for Kipkelion West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to support this joint report. And as a member of the Environment Committee who visited the said settlement scheme, Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by saying that this is an area that has been settled for over 40 to 50 years. There is no space for what other members are referring to as an opportunity for land grabbers. The community members have settled in the entire area that the government is proposing to degazette for purposes of settlement. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the people of Chebuk settlement scheme, this is a rich agricultural area which feeds the larger part of Bungoma County and the Western region. And when we regularize this land, Mr. Speaker, the people of Mount Elgon, and especially the settlers in Chebuk settlement scheme, will accelerate agricultural activity and do profitable farming that will help their children and to help the government of Kenya to achieve the Big Four agenda of food security. And in that line, Mr. Speaker, this country is full of areas that are like Chebuk settlement scheme, areas that were given out by the first president of the Republic of Kenya, and they have not been regularized to date. And these are causes of conflict between communities and government. I would call on the government, Mr. Speaker, to do a national audit of all these settlement schemes that were already given out from independence for purposes of regularizing what is possible and for purposes of locking up what is seen or deemed to be forest land. Mr. Speaker, the Chebuk settlement scheme is twofold. There is a settlement scheme on the lower side, and there is Chepkitale, which is an old shrine belonging to the Dorobo people of Mount Elgon. That area does not support any tree cover. It is generally a moorland. No, it doesn't support growth of a forest in any nature. And they use those places as community shrines and places where they take the animals to graze. Mr. Speaker, I have never seen a community that lives and protects forests like the people of Chepkitale and the people of Chebuk settlement scheme. So, Mr. Speaker, even as we do this, we want to right the wrongs that have bedeviled this country. For example, the issue of the Mao that has gone into a lot in this country, where people are being disturbed out of their homes, is not where the source of the Mara is. This government knows that the source of the Mara River is a forest in Nakuru County called Kiptunga Forest. And it is a forest where they have given large sawmillers, team cells, to plant exotic trees that consume a lot of water. And when the rivers dry, they come and blame it on innocent citizens living kilometers away. We want the government to get serious about conservation and come up with a national policy of conserving all the 5 major water towers in Kenya from Mount Elgon, Cherangani Hills, the Mau, the Aberdare, and the Mount Kenya forest. These instances where government does things on impulses skewed to achieve a particular political objective or a particular agenda cannot help this country move forward. So, Mr. Speaker, as I support this report, I want the ministries of environment and the ministries of land to come up with a national policy where they will tell Kenya, for example, Mr. Speaker, some places like Nyandarua, where a whole county national government has offices in an area that has not been degazetted. And people forgot long ago that there was a forest here. There is no point in pretending that KFS can still put claim on such lands. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, several areas in this country, we need a policy that will enable our people to live in peace, knowing that their hold on land is secure and that they cannot suffer any threat because of a change in regime or a rogue minister like the one we have in environment who can come up and just face people for no reason. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just calling on a national audit of all settlements that were issued to avoid a situation where a rogue minister can come and misuse power and make citizens suffer for no reason. That is my point, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let me tell you, let me just caution you. If you want to claim to rise on a point of order, let it be a point of order. You say what is out of order. But it cannot be a point of argument. If you don't agree with what somebody says, there is nothing out of order. It's only, what may be out of order is only in your mind. It is not, what is out of order must be within what is written in the standing orders. Honorable Sankok, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Member of Parliament to call a CS a rogue CS?
Which CS? Which CS?
He said the CS of environment is a rogue CS. Yes, that is wrong. It's out of order.
What did he say? What did you say, Honorable?
The standing order that you know.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Sangok is trying to put words into my mouth. I say to prevent in the future where CSS can misuse power, rogue CSS. I'm not saying there is one. And if there is, it exists in his mind. Why are you bringing the attention of this House to an issue that people are going away from? So you know there is a rogue CS.
Now, member of Mohoroni, you have what is you are making some contribution while seated.
The Speaker is my neighbor at home and we are good friends. But let him not juggle words. He mentioned specifically the minister, the CS in charge of environment, and named it as a rogue CS. And he needs to a substantive motion.
No, it doesn't have to bring a substantive motion, but if he has issues about anybody in government, in the executive, he can bring an appropriate motion for the House to discuss that particular person. And remember, it is you members who must look at the constitutional threshold about the removal of those in the executive. It is very clear. If it's a CS, just go through 152, 153, I see breach the constitution, violated any law, or see become crazy in the head, or things like those. Bring such material. Then you'll be, of course, your colleagues will want to know you to table evidence of that madness, if at all. So proceed. Yes, finish your contribution.
Mr. Speaker, I think Honorable Koyo was trying to engage me. It's been long since we engaged, and he knows we are neighbors at home. But he used a forum that we will discuss with him later. So, Mr. Speaker, I was saying that the government must come up with a serious national plan trying to map out areas that are already been given out as settlement schemes so that these issues can be sorted once and for all. Otherwise, we will be dealing with petitions in, day out as a Committee of Environment when members of the public come before us to bring the same story like Chebiuk and others like Kitalale and like the ones from Ndaragwa and everywhere in the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that I support the report. Thank you very much.
So remember for Ondiwa.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the report, and I appreciate very much the time you have given me to do so. Mr. Speaker, it is correct to say that when people are unsure whether they are living in the land as theirs, the insecurity tend to be there. The land is not also developed because you don't know how long you're going to live there. So the gazettement for them to settle and develop the land is appropriate, and I support it. Also, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the idea that those who are living on the high of the mountain should come down, because this is a general trend, Mr. Speaker, which is going on across the land, where you find, I'm not sure how to define it now, but the hills and the mountains, people tend to be going up and up, and they don't know where the demarcation is for the government beacons and where the homes should not go. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the government is lax on this, and it's high time that we put all these demarcations, not only in Mount Elgon, but even in our areas. People are everywhere, including on top of the mountain, and they shouldn't be there, because when they start crop activities and all these, that interferes with their frustration as well. Mr. Speaker, it should not go without being said that we are losing almost 5,000 hectares of forest every year in this country. And that is very detrimental to all livelihood of human beings. At the same time, as we strive to move towards the global 10%, we are destroying as we move. So I don't know when we are going to achieve it, especially with the laxity of the government. Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to say is that when people are moving to where they shouldn't, where is the government? Because we got independence in 1963. Those rules are there. Enforcing them is the problem. For example, in my constituency, there are rivers which are dead completely because people are cultivating right up to the river. And the government is just there. There's no regulation, there's no enforcement, and it's killing all the livelihood along the river, including the animals to the Ruma forest, and everything is just, people decide to do what they want. So we are asking ourselves, why is the government lax? For example, if the Dorobo said they cannot come out because that is their ancestral land, yeah, it is, but if everybody has to do everything they want, then we don't have any need to have a government. And why were they left in the first place to do that? So what I'm trying to say is that if this can be accepted, and I urge members to do so that we can move on and get out of Mount Elgon forest and go to other forests which are there. But one thing I want also to encourage, Mr. Speaker, is that even though we gazette this forest, there is also a need for the government to support the people to plant more trees and also be educated of doing that and loving it, because people do not get the concept of global warming having resulted from the afforestation and all that. I believe even these people who are going to be moved, if they are going to be settled, if they are properly educated, properly supported, we can still gain that percentage that we need for afforestation. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few, I want to support this, and I say, let the government move faster. We are very low in the global average, which is required, and that will be having a more devastating effect in future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Wajir South. Oh. Member absent, not desiring to be present. Member for, the other two have spoken. The member for Mwea. Oh, even that one is. There's a proposed amendment, isn't it? Then the next member should be the Honorable Ngeno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this particular opportunity to also contribute on this, this matter. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state on the onset that I really do support, and I support the petition by the executive, and I also support the support given by the two joint committees to deal with this matter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, remember when God created earth, he first created animals and trees and all this, and later on he created man. And then he told the man to own all that had been created, including land, including water, including air, including forests. So the whole of it belongs to us. Mr. Speaker, we only conserve to ensure that the environment is peaceful, the environment is clean, and the environment supports the activities of us as human beings. And there is no single particular moment when forest or water or trees or anything or soil become superior to man. They exist to support the existence of man. Mr. Speaker, when the Dorobos, who are living in both Mount Elgon, they live in Mau Forest, they live in so many other areas, including even our areas in Transmara. There's a Nyakwiri forest where Dorobos live. Mr. Speaker, those people are friendly to the forest. And there has been always profiling of those people whenever the government wants to excise a part of the forest to allow the developed Dorobos who might have resorted to farming other than collection of honey. Mr. Speaker, when that one is done, it is done through a degazettement that is done in this House. Mr. Speaker, I have seen so many degazettement notices, especially starting all the way from the first government, and that is the government of President Jomo Kenyatta. Mr. Speaker, the former president degazetted so many forests, including the Mau. And sometimes when you talk about the Mau, Mr. Speaker, people should understand that the current people who are living there are not the first one, and neither are they going to be the last. The degazettement of, if you talk about Molo, you talk about Albargon, you talk about all those settlements in Nakuru, those were Mau forests. So, Mr. Speaker, it is always on when there is a need, when the people who are living there need to be settled. Mr. Speaker, I support this because the people of Chepyuk or Chepkitale or whichever name they have, there was a time, Mr. Speaker, when there was serious conflict in that particular area. The people who had formed a kind of a militia called SLDF or something like that. Mr. Speaker, it was concerning land, and land has always been a motive. Remember, we have had several land clashes in the name of post-election violences. Mr. Speaker, since 1990s, 1992, 1997, 2007, Mr. Speaker, people have only been using the electoral time or election time to fight. But the real cause of all these fights, Mr. Speaker, has always been land. Land is very emotive. So when such people, like those ones who are living in Mount Elgon, opt to request the government to degazette that particular area for settlement, Mr. Speaker, it's not for no reason. It is because those people want to live like other Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, remember, the drafters of the Constitution made a recommendation that every Kenyan has a right to shelter, to a good piece of land. Mr. Speaker, that is why when I will support one of the members who belong to the Committee of Environment, government should do what we call profiling, what we call audits across the country, so that we know how many Kenyans are landless, how many Kenyans are living as squatters, how many Kenyans are living in the forests, how many Kenyans are living in trust lands, yet they do not own title deeds. Mr. Speaker, I think at this age and era, our government should not be entertaining anybody living as a squatter or living in slums or living. You know, we are a developing nation, we know. But Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of land, we have a lot of resources that we should settle our people who are living in slums. It is a great shame, Mr. Speaker, we are trying to move towards the development or moving towards developed nations, and yet we cannot even settle the matters which are so simple. Mr. Speaker, I would also wish to support this motion, Mr. Speaker, because, and this one has to be a lesson to all those cabinet secretaries who are serving this nation. You should not, the other side of your mouth should not be speaking this, and the other side is speaking something else. Here, we are discussing of a petition by the executive to degazette a Mount Elgon forest for settlement. But on the other side, it is the same cabinet making a lot of noise that no one elsewhere should even be imagined to settle anywhere. Mr. Speaker, I think we also need to be serious and serve this nation correctly. I would wish the Minister for Environment and the Minister for Lands, after finishing with this Mount Elgon issue, to revisit the Mau issue. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm also supporting the member for Kipkelion, who initiated the idea that proper audit should be done. I really wish the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Land does a serious audit, especially on the Mau, so that we really know where is the gazetted Mau forest, where is the gazetted trust land or trust land, where is the community land, so that whenever we are trying to chase people out of a settlement, we should be able to know whether those people are living in the Mau, whether those people are living in the gazetted forest, whether those people are living in trust lands. Mr. Speaker, there's a report I read of a declaration of an adjudication done in one of the trust lands in Narok, which was done in 1975 by the office of the president, the then President Jomo Kenyatta. Mr. Speaker, it allowed the people to settle on those areas. Today, we are discussing that matter and we are thinking that area is a forest. Today, we are demanding the people of those particular of those particular settlement schemes to move out of those areas. And yet, Mr. Speaker, there are government agencies, including chiefs, who've been put as chiefs of those particular areas. There are schools which have been built. There are TSC teachers who've been sent there. There are people who are earning salaries from the government in those particular areas. When you read this report, Mr. Speaker, the committee themselves informed this House that the reason why we need to resettle those people of Chebyuk and Chepkitale is because the government have built schools there, the government have DO's offices there, the government have chief's offices there, Mr. Speaker. If that is the reason why we are doing that, Mr. Speaker, then I think the Ministry of Environment should also revisit cases where we have in the Mau, so that when we issue titles to those settlers of Chepkitale and Chepyuk, the same government should not come and tell us later on that these titles are fake, these titles were not issued rightfully, through the right procedure. So, Mr. Speaker, my request is, when we are going to settle this matter of Mount Elgon, let's settle it once and for all, and recognize the government that is doing that, and ensure that any other successful or succeeding governments follow the law and recognize the title deeds which have been issued to these people, so that later on, we do not revisit the issue and claim that so-and-so issued titles in a manner which is not within the law. Mr. Speaker, I wish to also state that on matters affecting our forests, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Environment should come out and ensure that the forests we have trees.
Because there are so many forests, Mr. Speaker, including even in Bomet, including in Transmara, including so many other areas, Mr. Speaker, where there is no single tree, and it's still a forest. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure also that the ministries concerned with this particular conservation do their work properly, so that we are not just bashing other people who are not even concerned with the conservation of environment. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I would wish to state, as a citizen of this nation, that the government must look at the matters that affect its residents. There is no off-cut residents in this country. There are no residents who are lesser than others. There is no citizen in this country, Mr. Speaker, who is a lesser citizen. All of us are citizens of this country. Those people who are living in the Mau settlement schemes, those people who are living in Mau trust lands, Mr. Speaker, they are Kenyans like all of us. And the government must look into their matter properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Omlele.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to raise this technical point. I have listened to the support that all the members who have spoken in support of this particular report of the committee, the Joint Committee of Lands and Environment. But, Honorable Speaker, I have quietly looked at the requirements for us to be able to do what we are trying to do here, to allow the degazettement of forest for purposes of settlement of our people. And it is a good intention. But the law requires, the requirements of the law under Section 34 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act number 34 of 2016 require that one of the conditions that must be met is an independent environment impact assessment report, which must be attached to the petition for excision. Honorable Speaker, I have looked at the report, the environment assessment report that is attached to this report of the committees, and I am concerned that that particular environment impact assessment license report that the committee seems to have relied on is one dated the 24th of January 2011. And in its conditions, conditions of license, it is stated that that license is valid for only 24 months from the date of issue. So it would only be valid for 24 months from the 24th of January 2011. The committee's work is good, but this is a condition that the Act requires, that this report must be there and it must be valid at the time the work is done. So as much as I would support, and in fact, knowing the history of this particular Chepiuk settlement area and Chepkitilale, it would have, Honorable Speaker, it is my feeling that even if we let it go, this particular report and the work that we have done here will be amenable to challenge in the courts, and it will definitely be nullified. So I therefore seek your direction, Honorable Speaker, probably to stand this down so that the committees could go back and look at this afresh so that we can have a valid report so that we do a complete job. Honorable Speaker, please.
There are two chairpersons. There is the chairman of environment and the chairperson of lands. You have attached an invalid or an expired environmental impact assessment report. So you want to kill your report. Yeah, if the environmental impact assessment report that you have attached is the one dated 24th of January 2011, and it says clearly it is valid for 24 months. So it died sometimes in 2013. So, and you have been moving all over, surely. What does Section 34 of the Forest Management Act say? It requires that when a petition is presented, such as the one presented by the executive, as soon as it is referred to the committee, then first prerequisite, environmental impact assessment report. So that you don't, you know, when you are going out there, you have the report, a valid one, not one that is, unless you want to make it posthumous. You want to exhume some report and attach it. So this one you have attached. Honorable Kareke Mbiuki, Honorable Rachel Nyamai, the one you have attached, you must have excavated it from some caves. I hope it's not the caves of Mount Elgon. Do you have a valid environmental impact assessment report, so that the House does not act in vain? I agree with the Honorable Omulele. Even if you adopted this report, which has an environmental impact assessment report that will have been picked from some cave or from some place, archive, you are making your work, you are endangering the efforts of what you have done. Because it means that somebody can go to court and challenge this and say there was none. So the House will have acted in vain. Yeah, this one, even if you debated for the rest of your life, without that, and remember you are the ones who passed that act. Yes, and there was a reason why you put a condition that there must be accompanied, because this is an exertion coming from request coming from the executive, and there was a reason why an environmental impact assessment report was put as a precondition. Honorable Kareke Mbiuki, well, you know, what your reaction, Honorable Rachel Nyamai? I know you have done a lot of work, but unfortunately you have been carrying something which is also dead. You know, it's like, yeah, you have been carrying something that is not alive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Chris Omulele for highlighting this grave issue. And I want to say that it was a serious oversight on our part as members of Parliament and on these two joint committees. Mr. Speaker, as a committee, we have been having serious issues with NEMA, because beside what the validity of these lessons, when you look at the conditionalities which have been set, Mr. Speaker, they are like for a construction site. So, Mr. Speaker, is like NEMA, when they're issuing all these licenses, Mr. Speaker, it's like they are copy and paste, especially when it comes to the conditionalities. And these are some of the issues which, as a committee, we have really been listening. So, Mr. Speaker, we really want to admit that the license which have been issued has expired. It was issued in 2011. It was valid for only 2 years. And our humble request, Mr. Speaker, is if we can be able to step down this motion so that we can really be able to engage the executive, they come up with a fresh and up-to-date license. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think that is a fair request. A fair request. I know there are several of you, 23 or 26 of you, who still wanted to contribute. But please, you'll be contributing to. Let's I think allow the committee, because the two committees have actually done a lot of work. Now, no. Now now we just have to stand down the report. But you see, now I know what you want to say, to tell me, Honorable Pokose. It's because you are in possession of. I'm the one who has approved the proposed amendment. But you know, there's no need of amending that which can easily collapse and die. Because the net effect is that I cannot, my attention having been drawn to this, I cannot put the question. And I think the best route to travel is the one requested by the Honorable Kareke, that we stand down this business. The committee engages with the ministry and that organization, National Environmental Management Authority, and tell them, please, as you've just said, Honorable Kareke, they should not copy and paste. They should go to the place and do some work, not sit in the office and start issuing licenses. I've also looked at that certificate. It's not about, it doesn't look like it is talking about a forest. It's like, as he says, it's for somebody who is constructing a house. So it just shows that even in 2011, I think they also slept long ago. No wonder their reports are that dead. No, there's nothing out of order, Honorable Okello. Eh? Honorable Nyikal, I will allow the Honorable Nyikal to make a comment that he had indicated earlier.
Chair, let me also thank Honorable Mulela, and I think when something like this happens, we have to accept it. But Mr. Speaker,
who is Mulela?
Honorable Omulela.
Omulele.
Omulele. Well, just an A. Okay. Mr. Speaker, let me thank Honorable Mulele. But Mr. Speaker, when something like this happens, we really have to look at our procedures. You know, institutions really must have procedures that stop things like this from happening. And in my view, as much as the members will accept responsibility, I think the clerks should have. Because normally when documents come, I believe the same is in court, then what we would expect, do we have all the correct documents? And it is actually to bring it to the attention of the chair of the committee, the chair, all the documents you have here are not proper, you cannot proceed. But overall, we'll take the responsibility, but I think the clerks should look at that. Second, we have comment about NEMA. Mr. Speaker, what is happening? You will find that authority actually doesn't have officers of its own. What they have actually done is outsource this to people, so that when you want a NEMA report, you actually get somebody who may not eventually hold the responsibility, although the organization holds the responsibility, but we may then have to look at what kind of people are they outsourcing this. So I think if we just let it pass and say, well, we will look at it without really pointing at those two issues, the role of the clerks in this and how NEMA itself operates. Mr. Speaker, those are the 2 points I wanted to raise. Thank you.
But you see, the reports are prepared for the entire committee membership. In fact, the chair, as I was telling you the other week, the chair is supposed to go through the report, the draft, before you sit in the committee plenary. And that does not, of course, absolve the members from reading. First of all, this petition is brought under Section 34 of the Forest Management Act. So even you as members, you are also under a duty to look at, yes, these are the requirements, have they been met? Even before you, yeah, so that do we have this? So you should have asked, you should have asked, where is the environmental impact assessment report? Then you are shown. And if you are shown one of 2011, then you go back to Section 34 and look at the conditions. You know, I can see the member for Kisumu who has been walking in and out now thinks this is the time now to shine. There may be no opportunity. Honorable Rosa Boy, what do you want to say?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I haven't been walking in and out, but I want to speak as a member of this committee on environment. And it is true that the clerks should be vigilant, but on behalf of the committee and on behalf of our chairman, we also take the blame and we apologize for what has happened, that we were not as diligent as we should have been, and we request that you stand down the report and we look at it. Thank you, Chairman.
Now, everybody else is trying to raise up their hands. You see, I thought there's nothing. Why do you want to flog a dead horse? Honorable Leshomo, I can see you want to.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipatia nafasi hii. Tulikuwa na maoni wote kuhusu mambo ya forest. Kwa sababu forest inaumiza wananchi kwa Kenya mzima. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile watarudia hiyo kwenda kuangalia hiyo report, ningeomba tu chair wasunguke Kenya mzima. Muangalie kwa sababu kila pahali kuna shida ya forest. Aswa Samburu County. Samburu County tuko na shida kubwa. Hata sisi wengine ni wale tunaitwa wakimbizi. Tumesaliwa forest na hatuna pahali tuko mpaka sahi. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Speaker, ningeomba tu kama watarudia wasunguke pahali yote. Thank you.
Lakini sasa hiyo itakuwa jukumu kubwa sana, sio? Ningeomba Mheshimiwa Leshomo ahimize wakaaji wa Samburu walete petition ndio kamati iende kule Samburu. Lakini tukisema kamati izunguke nchi nzima, mimi najua huko kwa kamati ile imezunguka nchi nzima, na unajua imechukua muda mrefu tangu mwezi wa 5 mwaka jana. Sasa tukisema kamati ya bunge hii ianze kuzunguka, haitafanya kazi nyingine. Kwa hivyo tutauliza tu, tutakuomba wewe mwenyewe yale ambayo yanakera wale unawakilisha wale wa Samburu, waende waketi waandike petition walete hapa, alafu ndio sasa kamati ije kule. Wacha kwa sasa wamalize hii, alafu wataangalia hiyo ingine kama utaileta. So, Honorable Pukose, what you want to still weigh in?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank Honorable Omulele for that keenness in terms of identifying the issues. Honorable Speaker, my standing here is that the House has debated this matter. We've had very important contributions in support of the people of Mount Elgon. Now, what happens to the contributions that the members have made, considering that the document that considering, Honorable Speaker, that the environmental impact assessment report that was attached to the debate was actually invalid. Does it invalidate the contributions that have been made by the members?
I think we shouldn't worry about that because we have not yet amended our standing order number 1. So just don't worry. We shall cross that bridge when we get to it. Yes, because we will need first of all to know what report, what will NEMA, what kind of report will NEMA give in relation to the petition. It might change the whole gamut of what it is that the committee has recommended, in which case then it's like getting a new report. But Honorable Kareke Mbiuki, I think you better immediately engage with the relevant institution, if it is NEMA or the ministry or whoever, so that this is worked on as soon as possible. Possibly, if it is possible, it can be done before the House goes to proceedings on the long recess, before 4th of December.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to give the undertaking that we are going to engage the Minister of Environment and Forestry so that they will be able to engage, to start the process afresh. Because as far as the NEMA license is invalid or it has expired, then the process will need to start afresh, meaning that you'll also need to go through the public participation, the entire process, and then be able to come up with a new license. And it will also be, we don't know the outcome of that process. Maybe they may be able to be, because the dynamics could have changed from 2011, and now you are in 2020, in 2019. So let's just be vigilant and be able to go that at the end of the day, once we are able to get the lessons or to get the verdict from NEMA, that's the time now we are going to resubmit to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, the report is not being withdrawn. For the time being, let's just stand down. Let the report remain as stood down, stood over. They say in courts of law, stood over generally, awaiting what report you'll get from NEMA. So awaiting the report you get from NEMA. It is now your two committees will then, once you get that report, you will sit and see whether it makes, it may make variations, make alterations to your recommendations. I think we don't remove the report, and that does not mean that you don't have to go for, unless there's such radical changes that may require fresh, public participation. But you should be able to determine that when you sit as a committee, once you see the report from NEMA. So for the time being, it remains stood down. We'll move to the next order.
Order number 9, the representation of special interests groups laws amendment bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2019, second reading.
Honorable Kioni, Chair of CIOC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the representation of special interest groups laws amendment bill 219 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I move the reading of this bill, allow me to recognize the very active participation of members of the committee in the name of Honorable Fred Kapodi, Honorable Afula Munyinyi, Honorable Ayub Safula, Rafael Wajara, Honorable Charles Jimose, Perez Sotobiko, Sarah Correr, Abd Shurei, Honorable Fabian Muri, Honorable Geoffrey Kingangi, Gideon Koskei, Honorable Musheke, Honorable Jane Jeru, Japheth Mutai, Simon Kingara of Ruiru, Honorable Daniel Rono, Honorable Anton Urwoch, Honorable Christine Obaka, and Honorable Joshua Kadie Shebiegon. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Article 100 of the Constitution requires Parliament to enact legislation to promote the representation in Parliament of women, youth, persons with disability, other minorities and marginalized groups. And the 5th schedule of the Constitution details what pieces of legislation needed to have been passed by what time. This particular article needed to have been given effect within 5 years of our new Constitution, which happens to have been in the year 2015. The committee, Mr. Speaker, in its exercise of its mandate of overseeing the implementation of the Constitution, noted that there was no specific registration or piece of registration that had been enacted by that time, but it is important to note that several efforts or attempts had been made by even 11th Parliament. But in finding a solution to this, Mr. Speaker, we contacted the Office of the AG, we contacted the Office of the Kenya Law Reform Commission, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, and the IEBC, among other institutions, in an effort to find out how we can overcome the challenge, or why it has taken that long for us to be able to actualize Article 100. And it was agreed among these institutions that while we may attempt to have a standalone bill, it may not be feasible. And perhaps there might not be need to have a standalone bill. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that we set to quite a number of registration of or acts of parliament so that we can be able to achieve what is intended to be achieved by Article 100. And Mr. Speaker, it is important to recognize that the 11th Parliament had actually enacted or developed a bill by amending various acts, including the Political Parties Act and the Elections Act, and all of them were trying to encourage political parties, among other agencies, to make it possible for the SIGs, the Special Interest Groups people, to have representation in Parliament. And some of the things they had done was that they had tried to look for a balanced party primary nomination that would increase their electoral chances in Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, it is, and also to reserve some seats to be used for the representation of the SIGs in the legislature. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that though these amendments were passed into law, they did not quite achieve what Article 100 intended, and it is for that reason that we as a committee again went into the motions, and this particular bill that we have gives effect to this Article 100 in a way of trying to create an enabling environment for these SIGs to come to have representation in Parliament. And the bill that is before us, Mr. Speaker, proposes to amend the following acts. One, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commissions Act, IEBC, of 2011, the Political Parties Act of 2011, the Elections Act of 2011, and the National Gender and Equality Commission Act of 2011, the Elections Campaign Financing Act, again of 2011, or 2013, sorry, and the Election Offences Act, number 37 of 2016. Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to amend IEBC in the following manner. One is Section 2. It seeks to amend the definition that is carried currently in the IEBC Act to broaden it so that it covers the SIGs, namely women, persons with disability, youth, minorities, and other marginalized communities. That is, it seeks to amend the definition as is currently contained under the IEBC Act. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, Section 4 of the IEBC Act also, the bill seeks to amend it so that it allows the Commission, while preparing the voters' roll, the IEBC will be able to disaggregate, to have the data for all categories of SIGs, so that when you look at the data available, you can be able to tell the number of persons with disability, the number of women, the number of persons within the ethnic minorities and other marginalized communities. Mr. Speaker, it also seeks to give power to prepare the party lists for nomination purposes. And this is, again, perhaps the clear way of doing it will have to be done through regulations, but that is also what the bill seeks to do. The third aspect that we want the bill is intended to achieve or to amend is the use of voter education, so that it is a means by which all voters, including those of SIG, can also be reached, and use of appropriate technology that would be accessible by the special interest groups. Further, Mr. Speaker, the bill also seeks to amend Section 27 of the Commission over the IEBC, so that the IEBC is required to publish and publicize all important information within its mandate using modes accessible to SIGs. On the Political Parties Act, Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to amend Section 2 again, so that the definition as contained in Section 2 is inclusive of the definition as contained at Article 100 of the special interest group, so that all those categories at Article 100 are properly included in the definition of the Political Parties Act. Again, Section 20 of the Political Parties Act. The bill seeks to amend it so that when political parties intend to change their constitution, they not only should publicize it in 2 newspapers with a national circulation, but they should also carry it in their website, if they have, and also will require them, the bill will require them to do it in a manner and form that will be accessible by the target groups, that is the SIGs. Section 25, Mr. Speaker, I know this is an area members would want to pay a lot of attention to. The bill seeks to provide a new formula for distribution of the political parties' fund as follows. One is that 53% of the funds available or availed should be shared between the largest party and the second largest political party or coalition of parties. And 20% of the fund should be shared among parties not getting from the 53%. In other words, the 20% will go to the other parties other than those which have already benefited from the 53%. Another 20%, Mr. Speaker, will be shared according to the number of candidates elected from the SIGs. 5% will be used for administration expenses. 2%, Mr. Speaker, will be availed to political parties' liaison committee, which has also a role in ensuring that the SIGs are properly represented in Parliament. And, Mr. Speaker, the bill also lays down the criteria for qualification for a political party to be entitled to these funds. It should have at least 5 elected members of Parliament, 1 elected governor, and 12 elected MCA, leading a little bit a lower threshold than it is the case now in the Political Parties Act. Further, the bill amends Section 26 to specify the items to which the money allocated to political parties for the fund for the promotion of the SIGs should be used for. How the parties how the parties apply money that is intended for the SIG, the bill specifies that also. At Section 29, the bill seeks to amend to require that when a political party publishes its income and expenditure at the end of the year, it includes details about the amount allocated and expended on each category of the SIG. The bill also introduces a new Section 30 to require political parties to submit to the Registrar of Political Parties at the end of every financial year a report of its activities that have gone into the promotion of SIG in Parliament and in the county assemblies. Again, Mr. Speaker, Section 49, the bill seeks to amend Section 49 of the Political Parties Act to provide the formula for the distribution of the 20% that has been left for political parties according to the number of special interest group members elected into Parliament from each party. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to provide a criteria or a formula of rewarding those parties that will have helped persons with falling within the definition of SIG to come to Parliament at the County Assembly, an incentive, in other words. And finally, on that act, the bill also seeks to amend the first schedule of the Code of Conduct of Political Parties to impose an obligation on the political parties not only to respect the right of all persons to participate in political process, but also requires the parties to protect that right and to ensure that all persons, including those in SIG, are able to participate in the electoral processes. On the Elections Act, the bill seeks to amend the Elections Act as follows, Mr. Speaker. At Section 13, it seeks to amend the Act to require political parties participating in elections to ensure that during party nominations, at least 1/3 of the candidates who go for primaries are of either gender. And I think it's important to make it clear here. And also 5% are from the persons with disability. it is not the persons who have been elected, but in your list, when you're submitting your list of those who are going to take part in your nominations, you should ensure that you have persons falling under the definition of Article 100, taking part. And we believe that, Mr. Speaker, when you do that, there is a chance of those who are already in the list of being elected, as opposed to the case now, where they are left to be on their own. It also seeks to oblige IEBC not to accept a list of candidates nominated by political parties unless that criteria is complied with. The bill also amends Section 35 of the Elections Act to ensure that, to require IEBC to ensure that the list is accompanied with a statutory declaration signed by a person authorized by the party to certify that the candidates who were nominated, the candidate nominated were nominated by the party, and minutes of the party's elections board should accompany it, so that we don't have other groups sitting and coming up with a list like may have happened within some political parties before. And I see Mheshimiwa Badi is in agreement with that. The bill further, Mr. Speaker, wants to amend Section 40 of the Elections Act, again, to oblige IEBC that while providing voter education, IEBC should ensure participation of special interest groups in programs and to sensitize voters on the inclusion of these special interest groups. And among other things, Mr. Speaker, also to amend the Electoral Code of Conduct to ensure that political parties, candidates and agents to require political parties to ensure security for persons falling within the definition of Article 100, because that was also identified as a problem. The other act that is being amended by the bill is the National Gender and Equality Commission Act. And at Section 2, again, it's on the definition so that it is in line with Article 100. And at Section 8, to give or to include the functions of GEC, that is the National Gender and Equality Commission, the role of monitoring the framework for the promotion of SIG, liaising with other public institutions to ensure that SIG are included in public institutions, and also require public institutions to submit to the Commission on an annual basis plans and measures to comply with this section. The Elections Campaign Financing Act, Mr. Speaker, is another of the bill acts that is being amended by this bill. Again, Section 2 on the issue of definition, and Section 18 to require IEBC to have in consideration SIGs when they are prescribing spending limits during elections campaign. There is also amendment to finally the Elections Offences Act, Mr. Speaker, that is also targeted for amendment by this bill. And the bill proposes to amend the Act by amending Section 13 of the Act to criminalize the use of demeaning or insultive language targeting at special interest groups during elections process. This is meant to cushion the SIGs so that they can participate in the electoral process without intimidation. Mr. Speaker, during the public participation, we have also had quite a number of inputs from other organizations, and when we come, perhaps the Committee of the Whole House will be able to suggest amendments or to propose amendments in some areas, including the addition of functions to persons with disability, in order to encourage participation of persons with disability in electoral processes. We'll also give IEBC the mandate of coming up with the criteria for the classification of marginalized and ethnic community. And Mr. Speaker, there was also a suggestion that the Commission should address the modes that are, when the Commission is communicating, or to ensure that, let me put it this way, that we will require the Commission to ensure that communication modes used by IEBC shall be modes that are accessible and address various communication challenges that are already being encountered by the SIG and especially the deaf and the blind. It will be important to ensure that the modes are useful to all of them. We will also be introducing amendment to eliminate the mandatory requirement in the bill to have a political party to make any notification of change, again, changes in the constitution in the website, just in case parties don't have websites. Perhaps also, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, let me just say that these amendments to various bills, they are meant to ensure that, and especially the one on the FAD, it is to ensure the participation of special interest groups in the electoral process. For us to have more of these persons in those categories in Parliament, we need to have more actors than just the two political parties or one large coalition. And it's for us this one that perhaps we have targeted the issue of distribution of funds, but there is also an issue, an attempt by the bill to ensure that political parties spend money in the branches, because if there are no activities at the branch level, again, we will not be able to help persons in this category to access representation or to have presence in Parliament and the County Assembly. This, Mr. Speaker, we believe that these amendments that are contained in these bills will help with the amendments that are contained, the various amendments to the various acts as proposed in this bill will help actualize the provisions of Article 100. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that in coming up with this, we did quite a bit of consultation, a lot of public participation, and there was an attempt. There are those who thought that we should come with a standalone bill, but when again subjected, when we tried and we put that thinking to some critical processes, eventually the only way possible up to where we are is again to try and amend those particular acts. And we believe that that will go a long way in ensuring that the Article 100 is actualized. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to move, and I want to ask Mheshimiwa Munyinyi to second. Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Munyinyi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to second this important motion as moved by the chair of our committee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Parliament was required to pass certain legislation, various pieces of legislation to give effect to the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, one of the functions, and for us, why we have brought this big number of pieces is because of the timing, the fact that we have had 2 years without a piece of legislation, but also we want to utilize this opportunity to move related bills together so that we can maximize on the usage of our time, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the very important bills that we seek to amend, Mr. Speaker, is that on related to the one-third gender rule, the gender rule, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the one-third gender rule, as was provided for, and Parliament asked to pass legislation to ensure its implementation. This was good law, Mr. Speaker, very ambitious, because it wants to promote the other disadvantaged persons in our community. But, Mr. Speaker, this was passed without a good mechanism being provided on how to go about it. Because there's that bit of democracy that people are elected. People go to ask for votes and they're elected, Mr. Speaker. And also, you cannot say so and so should not run for a position in this area. So it is important that a way is found, and like we are proposing in this amendment, that political parties should take responsibility for ensuring that this rule is respected, is complied with, so that we realize what is envisaged in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. This requirement, we have discussed this with various stakeholders, and as a committee, we have made this proposal to have the political parties taking up the responsibility to ensure implementation of this, Mr. Speaker. But also for IEBC, Mr. Speaker, for IEBC, there was no provision in the IEBC Act on interpretation, which does not include special interest groups. And by this amendment, we are providing for this also in the Act, Mr. Speaker, because it had not been provided for, which will also ensure that, as our chair in moving explained, that in the registration of voters, the IEBC will ensure that there is adequate data on categories of special interest groups that also participate in the process, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to offenses, and Mr. Speaker, you know, in Bungoma, you know, some disabled persons have been abused, you know, by some politicians, Mr. Speaker. When they have been called, like nominee 001, Hutiekera, Mr. Speaker, in Kibukusu, you know, they limp. Those who do not have what they support themselves with keep limping, and they call that process of limping is called Hutiekera. And when it is called at home, Mr. Speaker, it amounts to an abuse, and it's commonly used when people are campaigning. So this is going to take care of that. It will ensure that the disabled people are also protected, and they don't just abuse them because it is not their wish. I have threatened my friend that one day I'll take those crutches and see how he will walk. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the other area is, which my colleague, the chairman, has also pointed out very clearly, is the manner in which political parties conduct themselves. Look at the sharing, the active case, Mr. Speaker, of money from the treasury, from the exchequer to the political parties. And some parties which have worked with others, you know, in our coalition, they want to take all of it alone. We worked together, we supported them, and now they want to eat all the money alone, Mr. Speaker. This is going to treat this problem. Some of these parties are very deceitful, and some leaders are very deceitful, Mr. Speaker. When you talk to them today, they say this, and tomorrow they have somersaulted. They say a different thing. This law is going to help us to deal with those deceitful ones, to ensure that when we are working together and funds are coming, this is not an individual money. It is for the Kenyan people. And Mr. Speaker, sir, parties are expected to be facilitated to grow. And that was the spirit of this law, Mr. Speaker. You remember one time, your former party, Mr. Speaker, the Kenya African National Union, was a mass movement in this country. Like we have the two mass movements, Jubilee and ODM. They will also come down, Mr. Speaker. Like your former party did come down, that of KANU, Mr. Speaker. So this is merely helping. By getting this law passed, is going to ensure that we help protect the interest of all the parties, but also help the small ones grow, the ones that will have 10 members of parliament. My party, Mr. Speaker, Fort Kenya, is not a small party. It is the second oldest party after KANU in Kenya, in this multi-party. Mr. Speaker, and it has a number of MPs. We are actually, if you add the senator, my party leader, we are 17. But they keep referring to us as a small party, Mr. Speaker, with about 80 MCS, and we don't get anything from the political parties fund. So this is going to help to, that was, Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned because it's my party, but the law is good and it's going to help to address these issues, Mr. Speaker. And the other bit, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to mention before I get to allow my colleagues also to make contribution on this is the bit that this House has been blamed for not acting to ensure that the law on special interest groups is passed, and various others that would give the Constitution effect. Mr. Speaker, we have worked around the clock, and I thank the chair for his leadership and my colleagues also in the committee to ensure that this committee does perform its function. And we indeed are committed. We'd like to see the various other legislative pieces that are on the way also come before the House. And I want to thank you for supporting us, for giving us a naval clerk. After the changes, we have a very good clerk, and I'm hoping that with your support, as you have done, Mr. Speaker, we should be able, even some of the amendments to the Constitution, which we have spoken to you when we paid a courtesy call, Mr. Speaker, some of which, like, having that disconnect, the current disconnect between executive and the National Assembly dealt with. We will need to undertake, various other steps to ensure that we bring laws that would enhance the relationship, that the executive knows what the legislature is doing, and the legislature clearly knows what the executive is doing, and that relationship is assured so that the people of Kenya are given adequate service, we provide adequate representation, and we put the government to account, Mr. Speaker, before the House. And you remember what we used to have in the past, when ministers were put to task by members here in the House, so that they are accountable to Parliament and to the people of Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much, and I wish to second. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honourable members, before I propose the question, I also wish to acknowledge the effort of this committee, the Constitutional Oversight, Implementation Oversight Committee, which is a committee created by the Constitution itself. If you go to the 6th schedule to the Constitution. But much more importantly, honourable members, to appreciate that if you go through the 5th schedule to the Constitution, you will see that there are certain requirements the Parliament that were placed on Parliament, that Parliament within 6 months must enact this law. Within 12 months must enact this piece of legislation. Within 15 months, 18 months, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. So if you go through the 5th schedule to the Constitution, you will notice that when it comes to Article 27 and Article 81, there is no requirement or obligation placed on Parliament. But you go to that schedule, you will see that Article 100 is referred to, and Parliament was required to pass legislation to make provision for the representation of women, youth, persons with disabilities, minorities, and marginalized groups. And those are the ones that I think both the mover and the seconder are referring to as, is it SIP? Special interest groups. And therefore, because that is an obligation for Parliament to enact legislation to make provision for what is referred to in Article 100. So this committee is the one that has at least come up with a bill that proposes to implement that article. So indeed, Honorable Kioni and the team, I commend you. Because now, nobody should go to court to argue that Parliament has not enacted. Article 27, if you read it, says that the state shall take legislative and administrative measures to implement the policy of not more than 2/3 of either gender. The state, not Parliament. If you go to Article 81, it talks about the electoral system shall comply with the following condition. The electoral system, not Parliament. So we are now discharging our final. If we finish with this, I think we shall have finalized with those which are required in the Constitution, even as we continue to make other efforts to ensure that the collective referred to as a state implements the requirements of Article 27, clauses 6 and 8. So I want to really, myself personally, commend this committee, because we had this committee both even in the 10th Parliament, in the 11th Parliament, but at least in the 12th Parliament, this committee has taken up this particular challenge, which has been dogging this institution since the promulgation of the new constitution. So now, members, I propose the question that the representation of special interest groups laws amendment bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2019, be now read a second time. I can see that 001 is on top of the list. Special interest group, is it?
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, as you appreciate the committee for having done a perfect job, Honorable Speaker, allow me also to appreciate you for having been a mobile encyclopedia as far as our Constitution is concerned. As a new member, Honorable Speaker, I've learned a lot from your in-depth knowledge in our Constitution. I'm quite sure while you were in law school, you did not miss very many classes like my brother, Honorable Cheboy. So thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I really do appreciate, and I know members can appreciate what they have learned from you. You always refer to the Constitution and very specific articles. Honorable Speaker, I support this particular amendment, Honorable Speaker, and the committee have really done a thorough job. Honorable Speaker, the first reason why I support is because among the special interest groups, there have been one group whose voice have been louder than the rest, the women, Honorable Speaker. It have been louder than all of us, persons with disabilities and other special interest group, Honorable Speaker. This committee have made sure that all our voices of the special interest group are taken care of. So I support, because for the first time, our voice will be heard in terms of representation. Honorable Speaker, I also support because the committee have taken the burden from Parliament, the blame that have been levied to this House, from this House now to the relevant authorities, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because for a long time, we have been on the receiving end that we have not been able to pass the 2/3 gender rule, and a lot of blames have been piled on this House. But you have rightfully put it that it is actually Article 100 that require this House to make sure that we have put in place, legislative framework. Honorable Speaker, I do support the committee, Honorable Speaker, because for the first time, the political parties who sometimes pretend and lay blame on this House have now a responsibility to play in terms of making sure that the special interest group are represented in Parliament and in County Assembly, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when we are trying to pass the two-third gender rule, Honorable Speaker, all political parties pretended as if they are supporting the two-third gender rule. Most of the political parties' principals were here on the Speaker's gallery, pretending to be supporting the two-third gender rule. But in their own political hierarchy, they have not attained the two-third gender rule. And they have not attained the representation of the special interest groups. So their pretense, Honorable Speaker, will be put in the right place for now because they have a role to play. Honorable Speaker, I support, especially when Honorable Wafula Omunyinyi talked about person with disability competing in election, Honorable Speaker, when they are referred in demeaning terms. Honorable Speaker, for sure, at times we are referred in so demeaning words that we fail even to come out, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, even the Swahili word, kiwete, kisiwi, kipofu, you know, these are words, the meaning, ki, is something that should be given to an unliving thing, like kitanda, kiti, and so on. Honorable Speaker, not human beings, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in my own Maasai community, we are referred in three basic terms. One of them, Honorable Speaker, is engoki. That means a curse. So, Honorable Speaker, if I'm told I'm a curse, who will elect a curse? Honorable Speaker. We are referred to as orngojine, meaning a hyena, Honorable Speaker. Who will elect a hyena, Honorable Speaker, for sure? Honorable Speaker, we are also referred to as ormaima, and Honorable Sarah Korere is here. That one is the seal, you know the seal. So when you are referred to in such demeaning words, Honorable Speaker, you may not even be elected, Honorable Speaker. People will even shy away from electing you, Honorable Speaker. So the committee have come up with legislative framework to remove those demeaning words, Honorable Speaker, and that will assist us to come out, because we, as persons with disability, seek opportunity. We no longer are sympathy seekers. We seek those opportunities. And when we are given such opportunities by a very progressive amendment like this one that was brought by Honorable Kioni, then, Honorable Speaker, we will come out and grab those opportunities, Honorable Speaker. You have seen Honorable Tim Wanyonyi. He's a member of Parliament of Westlands, one of the richest constituency in the whole country. It is the constituency that whole part of the economy of this country, Honorable Speaker. So if he was be able to be elected on a wheelchair, Honorable Speaker, we will come out because of this amendment, Honorable Speaker, and we will be elected. And we will see so many of us in this House being elected and representing our people, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that I will actually support, Honorable Speaker, is because instead of the special interest groups being viewed as supplicant, seeking favors of nomination by political parties, we will now be given a level playing field so that we can compete with the rest of us, Honorable Speaker, so that we can be elected, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we will attain the two-third gender rule, we will attain the representation of persons with disability in both houses of Parliament and even in County Assembly when this bill is passed, Honorable Speaker. So I urge all the members of this House to support this particular amendment, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and you remember, currently, we are supposed to be having representation of persons with disability in County Assembly in terms of nomination, Honorable Speaker. Some have grabbed those nominations and purported to be representing persons with disability. Some of them have even come out and pretended to be persons with disabilities. Others have said they are persons with disability because they cannot give birth. Others have said they cannot fertilize women, so they are persons with disability, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are people who have taken up our position, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we were supposed to have 94 MCS representing persons with disability, but currently 20 counties don't have representation of persons with disability. 17 of them have one, Honorable Speaker. Only 10 of them were able to have representation of persons with disability because that was favors that were being sought by political party, from political parties, political party bosses, Honorable Speaker, and they ended up giving their girlfriends or their friends and so on, Honorable Speaker, who are not able to benefit. But when we are given a level playing field, I can assure you, Honorable Speaker, in the 2022 general election, if this House pass this particular amendment, you will be shocked to see 2/3 of this House or 1/3 of this House being representation of the special interest group. That means women, persons with disability, from marginalized communities, and so on, Honorable Speaker. Because we have ideas that we could sell to Kenyans, but because we are referred in the meaning words, nobody is even willing to listen to us. Nobody is giving us that platform. This amendment is giving us a platform. Honorable Speaker, and will bear me witness, if given a platform, I can really move masses. There are so many of them. There are so many nominees 001 out there who are also persons with disability. When they are given this particular platform, they will move masses and will be elected. There are many Tim Wanyonyi, Honorable Speaker, out there. There are many Janet Teya who are out there who, when given an opportunity, will be able to move masses. This amendment will give us an opportunity. And I assure you, if I will not be elected as a governor, I will be elected as a member of parliament or even a president. Because if I am elected as a president, by the way, do you think the sun will rise from west going east? It will rise in the same place. So anyway, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I do support this particular amendment.
The Honorable 001, you have made a very good contribution. We shall have contribution from the Honorable Gatti, Denita.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think this is one of the best that we have seen. As people with disabilities and as what we have called SIGs. Honorable Speaker, for the interest of members, SIGs are special interest groups, SIGs. And I'm so happy, Honorable Speaker, that for the first time, this Honorable House is finding SIGs or disabled people or disability an issue and an agenda of this House. I'm so happy, Honorable Speaker, and I'm so happy because, Honorable Speaker, that is a life I'm living, and I will speak about it for quite some time. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm happy that Honorable Kioni of Ndaragwa, the chair of CIOC, has seen it fit to bring so many of these amendments that are meant basically to make it easier and favorable for persons with disabilities, for SIGs, to participate in the political process. Honorable Speaker, it is not an easy walk in the park for persons with disabilities in the political process. Mr. Speaker, sir, I came into this House in 2013. You remember very well because you were here. I did not have a disability. And a year into my election, 2014, I got a disability. Mr. Speaker, when I'm listening to Honorable Kioni talk about these amendments, Mr. Speaker, I feel like they touch me because I am a member of parliament who has campaigned with a disability. And I could not make it simply, Honorable Speaker, because of these factors and so many other factors. Mr. Speaker, sir, persons with special needs and their political processes is very important, yet is far from being discussed. Persons with disabilities usually take the longest routes to maneuver into the political process and to maneuver into parliament and to maneuver into leadership positions in this country. It is not a lie. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot lie here. We have to give prominence and attention to persons with disabilities. It is a fact, Mr. Speaker, that persons with disabilities, even when you are the best candidate or even when you are the only choice that people have, you will not get that opportunity simply because of your disability. That is a fact. And I'm happy that, Honorable Speaker, as we discuss this, the millions of Kenyans with disabilities and special needs are listening and they are watching what we are talking in this House. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am happy that the so many amendments that the CIOC is bringing are actually amendments that are seeking to ensure that the participation of special interest groups are actually guaranteed in the electoral process in this country. Political parties. Mr. Speaker, sir, on that note, allow me to thank my political party. The party of ODM, for example, has basically, even within its own structures, come up with a wing that looks at the issues of persons with disabilities. That is a plus for my party and my party leader. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have spent over 2 years, looking at the issues of gender and talking about women, but we do not talk about persons with disabilities. I've gone to the Speaker's office so many times talking about the issues of 2/3. And Mr. Speaker has told me the issue of representation of special interest groups is guaranteed in Article 100. And this is the article that the committee is actually trying to amend so that issues of persons with special interest is captured. And I'm so happy, Mr. Speaker, that we are looking at the issues of political parties and how we strengthen political parties to look at the persons with special interest from the branches, which is where now the branches basically bring in people that participate in this process. Mr. Speaker, sir, this committee and these amendments look at the Elections Act. The Elections Act, Honorable Speaker, Section 13, basically wants political parties to ensure that party nominations has the 5%. We are happy.
The Honorable Danita, just hold on. The Honorable Christopher Malwa, what is out of order? The Honorable Social. Yes, but I heard Christopher Malwa's voice.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I rise on point of order on the constitutionality of this bill, because Article 97 of the Constitution on the membership of the National Assembly, particularly Part C, 12 members nominated by parliamentary political parties according to their proportion of members of the National Assembly in accordance with Article 90 to represent special interest groups, including the youth, persons with disabilities, and workers. It's very specific in the Constitution. But in this bill, Honorable Speaker, workers are nowhere, anywhere near. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm seeking your guidance, because we should be operating within the presence of the Constitution.
The Honorable Sosion. The Honorable Sosion. The bill, the way it has been brought by the committee, the Constitution Implementation Committee, I think has received the approval of the Speaker. And I think your concerns, I think we will look at them and we shall make delivery on it. I think we can proceed now, but the concern is noted and there will be delivered a consideration on it. The Honorable Chair, of course, your input will be taken into consideration, but not at this point. I think that deliberation will be made later, but his concern is noted. What is out of order, the Honorable Christopher Malwa?
The Speaker's ruling, but indeed you've acknowledged the concern of Honorable Sosioni, but my advice to the Chair, you take note of this, then when it comes to responding, it's when you bring in your issues. The moment you have moved, you sit quiet, you relax and listen to the contribution of other members. So the time you'll be responding, you will articulate such issues. Or Honorable Sosioni can bring an amendment at the Committee of the Whole House. When this bill is here, is to enrich. When someone contributes, we want to add value. So indeed what Honorable Sosioni has said is clear as per Article 97. So please hold your horses, you'll respond. I thank you.
The Honorable Christopher Malwa, you are right. A constitutional intervention can be made at any point. And it is within the right of the Honorable Sosioni to have done so. And I have already directed that he will receive a considered response to his concern. But I think on the whole we can proceed, awaiting that. The Honorable Danita, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, members should just wait and don't interfere when we are talking about a serious issue like this one. Mr. Speaker, sir, what I was actually saying was actually to hail the committee on the efforts and those deliberate efforts that they have really gone to look at the community that usually is not discussed as a mainstream agenda. Mr. Speaker, sir, I take cognizance of the fact that the committee is proposing, one of the recommendation is actually an amendment to the Elections Offences Act, Section 13, that the committee has actually said, and this actually says that the suggestion is to criminalize the use of demeaning words to persons with disability or special interest groups to enable them participate in the electoral process. Mr. Speaker, as I sit here and as I speak as a member of parliament, and I want to give this an example because I acquired a name when I was campaigning simply because I had a disability. Mr. Speaker, from where I come from, I was given a new name that is called Puth. Mr. Speaker, Puth, now I call myself a Kaputh. Puth, in the community where I come from, in the language of the majority where I come from, Puth is more of someone who cannot, you cannot move, you cannot push yourself, you cannot, those are demeaning words, especially when they come from a member of a colleague who wants to get that position, and you call your colleague Puth. Those are demeaning words. When you say Puth, Puth in the Luo language is a Lifokoyo for those who speak Luya, because I managed to get that one. Lifokoyo is that person who cannot move, that one of, you roll down there. But Mr. Speaker, sir, those are the names that for me, the reason why I support the amendments, and Mr. Speaker, I will support this section 13, the use of derogatory words to refer to persons with disabilities who want to participate. Mr. Speaker, sir, participation in the political process is guaranteed in the Constitution. It is guaranteed in the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not a favor that persons with special interests needs want to also participate in the political process. And I can tell you for sure, Mr. Speaker, when I was called Puth, and you later on realize that this Puth is not just physical Puth. There are some Puths that are actually in the brain and the minds. So, Mr. Speaker, these are the kind of words that these amendments seek to cure. Mr. Speaker, sir, when you come to National Gender and Equality Commission, the NGEC that you are saying NGEC, the National Gender and Equality Commission in this country is a constitutional commission. And Mr. Speaker, sir, as we speak, you realize that the National Gender and Equality Commission has not much power to basically, monitor the implementation of this Article 100. And I'm happy that the committee is recommending that one of the things is to strengthen the role of the National Gender and Equality Commission to be able to actually monitor the implementation of this Article 100. Mr. Speaker, sir, you have seen NGEC going around all through looking at the issues of marginalization, issues of where we are as persons with disabilities. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to really thank the committee that has really gone around and basically, come up with these amendments that basically are going to make it possible for persons with special interests, for what we are calling the SIGs, the special interest groups, to participate. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we have been talking about 2/3, but we cannot talk about 2/3 gender without talking about persons with disabilities, because we're also a marginalized group. And I can tell you for sure, Mr. Speaker, I've been here, you cannot talk about women without talking about women with disabilities. That intersectionality has to apply. That I have seen, Mr. Speaker, as something that I have learned as I have joined this club. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank you, and I want to thank you so much for the opportunity that this House has given special interest groups to really be captured, and I urge members to support where there is an effort and an attempt to elevate the lives of persons with disabilities, both in the social, political, and economic spheres of this country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well spoken, the Honorable Gatti. The Honorable Sotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to this very, very important motion. And I want to start by thanking the committee, chaired by Honorable Kioni, for the good work they have done. And I want to say that this bill is long overdue because the Constitution provides that we need to have a legislation to address Article 100 of the Constitution and also Article 54 and Article 81. And I'm glad this bill has tried to address those particular articles of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I think as it has been said by one of the members, that this bill will empower special interest group to also access leadership positions unlike what we have now at the moment, because it will empower through civic education, through capacity building, through even facilitating these people to become candidates and campaign during election. Issues of publicity, issues of funding, and any other measures that political parties will deem fit, and they have been approved by the Registrar of Political Parties. So this is very progressive. And Mr. Speaker, this law also allows the harnessing of the potential of people with disabilities and other people of special interest group to be represented in county assemblies, in Senate, and in the National Assembly. So that is progress. And I think Parliament will evade the challenge we have always had of the issue of two-thirds gender rule. But Mr. Speaker, I have some reservation which I want to share from my experience and which I think the committee should look into it. Especially on the issue of minorities. I think the bill should clearly define the word minorities. Who are these minorities? And I think some of the people that Honorable Sosion was referring to could be specified under the minority group. This is a challenge to political parties in defining who minority persons are. It is easy to define the persons with disability, the youth, women, but it is usually a big challenge to legally define who the minority is. So I think this is an opportunity for the committee to come up with amendments that will clarify the issue of minorities, especially when it comes to nomination via party list. The other issue, which is very important, and which I would like the committee to think through, is we have always had the problem of having the right formula for sharing of political parties' fund. And looking at what has been proposed here, I do not think what has been proposed here is going to solve the problem that we have had. Why am I saying that, Mr. Speaker? I am saying that because the bill proposes that 53% of the fund will be apportioned between the largest and the second largest political party. But it doesn't tell us how the apportionment will be done. Is it by the number of votes garnered by these parties? Or is it by the number of elective positions that these parties have gotten? It is not very clear. Because the current act, Mr. Speaker, the Political Parties Act, talks about at least 3% of the votes garnered in the presiding election. So I think that has to come out very clearly so that we don't get into disputes. And I want to discourage this issue of leaving these things to regulations. Because we are the lawmakers. Let us be very, very clear when we are doing these laws and not leave to other parties to come up with a regulation for that. The second aspect is a proposal that 20% will be apportioned among all other parties. Mr. Speaker, this is ambiguous because we have had 2 parties have been allocated 53%, and then all the others remaining 20%, but then it goes further and gives conditions for qualification. That for you to qualify for political party funding, you need to have 5 MPs, 12 MCAs, and 1 governor. You know, this is going to disadvantage parties that will get more MPs, more MCAs, and fail to get a governor. Like the party I belong to, it has 17 members of parliament and over 60 MCAs, but it doesn't have a governor. So this particular party will not qualify for this because of this qualification criteria that has been put there. So what does it mean for the second part? It means that the 20% we may end up going to 1 party, so that the 2 parties, the 2 large parties will share 53, and then the remaining 20% goes to 1 party. Maybe in this case, Ford Kenya. But you know Ford Kenya is smaller than other parties we know. The third bit, Mr. Speaker, is a 20% to be shared based on the number of candidates with special interest. I think I have no problem with that. The third part is 5% to go to the office of the Registrar of Political Party for administrative expenses. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest problems we have in this country, in as far as management of political parties is concerned, is the office of the Registrar of Political Parties. We cannot have proper democratic parties in this country if we don't have a proper process of administration and management of this party. And one of the challenges we have at that office is lack of capacity, lack of funding. I would propose that we increase from 5% to 10% so that we can have formidable parties in this country and promote democracy. So I would like the committee to rethink the issue of political party funding so that to make it fair, to make it objective, and remove all the ambiguities. For example, it has not adequately catered for parties which are in a coalition. If we are in a coalition, how do we share the money that comes to a coalition? I think that has to be clarified, Mr. Speaker. The other bit, Mr. Speaker, is on the issue of saying that IEBC should ensure that the list submitted by political parties seeking to participate in the parliamentary election must comply to Article 54(2) and Article 81(b). I want to agree with that. But, Mr. Speaker, there is going to be a challenge in this case. The challenge would be, it will be very simple for a political party to comply. We will just look for areas where we are not popular and give people free tickets, put them on the list. That will not be helping us to achieve what we want to achieve here. So I think we need to do a lot more to tighten this requirement, because parties will easily comply, but then are we going to achieve what we want to achieve in terms of getting persons of disability or other persons of special interest coming to Parliament or going to County Assembly? Mr. Speaker, I think I'll be coming up with suggestions on amendment to the committee on this. And I also want the committee also to look at discriminatory sections in the Election Act and in the Political Parties Act affecting persons who are
The Honorable Sotsi, I'm sure you had many things to say in regard to this, because this is an area that you have been very active in. and we will gain a lot from your experience. The Honorable Correa Poletta, member for Laikipia North.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also rise to contribute to this Special Interest Groups Laws Amendment Bill of 2019. And Speaker, under the very able leadership of my chairman, who actually gave a lot of his time and brains into this. Mr. Speaker, sir, as a person and as a member of the SIGs, the Special Interest Group, being a woman, Mr. Speaker, and getting elected to some of the very patriarchal societies was not a mean achievement. But Mr. Speaker, sir, you realize that the biggest impediment and the biggest roadblocks to election of women in this country is the political parties. Mr. Speaker, sir, if there is a real Wakora network, it is the political parties. Because when the committee proposes this amendment whereby the political parties are mandated to give a certain list so that for them to comply to run for an election, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's going to put a very big plus to the election of women in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, we've seen parties whereby before they even go for elections, and you know, Mr. Speaker, if you look at me, I'm a typical village girl from the village of Doldol. And Mr. Speaker, it is my habit that after Parliament,
The Honorable Poletta, the Speaker looking at you has got no such assumptions. You look in the Speaker's eyes, and the Speaker ordinarily is blind. But now that you have invited him to look at you, what the Speaker says is exactly the opposite of what you are asking the Speaker to presume. As the most sophisticated member of this House. Proceed, the Honorable.
Thank you, Speaker. What I actually mean is, Mr. Speaker, sir, in politics, politics is about connections and connectivity and name it. And Mr. Speaker, sir, to some of us, we are mothers, we are women, we are wives, we are young mothers. Sometimes the call of duty demands that I leave Parliament and go straight to my house to cook for my family, to take care of my baby. But Mr. Speaker, sir, it is an open secret. Men will be meeting at Serena, they'll be meeting at Intercontinental, and before you know, somebody is walking with a ticket in their pockets, a direct ticket, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Honorable Poletta, you seem to have put your, the Honorable Chris Wamalwa thinks that there's something out of, Chris Wamalwa, what is out of order? Yes.
To mislead this House, that all the members of Parliament who are women are childbearing. 90% of them in this House, Mr. Speaker, some are not even bearing. So it is very wrong to mislead this House and say, when you come here, you will be disadvantaged in the sense you'll be going to take care of the children and breastfeeding. Majority are grandmothers here. Grandmothers, you can't expect them to have that. So it is really misleading. It is not in all circumstances.
The Honorable Amalwa, your point of order, there isn't really a point of order. If I had the Honorable Correa speaking, she was saying, like, in her case, she has to go and take care of her family. Proceed, Honorable Correa.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, sir, as I was saying before, it is an open secret that the party nominations are never free and fair like we want to believe they are. There are party leaders who already have preferred candidates who they want to clear for certain seats. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we've lost very important leaders here in the gubernatorial seats in the name of party rigging. Mr. Speaker, sir, when I came to this House for the first time, I came as a nominated member. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to agree with the Honorable Gatti and nominee 001 that just like the persons with disability, the kind of names they are given, the women go through exactly the same type of mistreatment, Mr. Speaker, sir. You know, as a nominated member, you will be called bonga points, you will be called chips funga, you know, all these kind of names. And Mr. Speaker, sir, when you go to run as a woman, and all women who have run for parliamentary seats, and especially single-member constituencies, or governor seat, or Senate, they will agree with me.
The Honorable Korere, definitely the Speaker, and I'm sure many of these members here, including the Honorable Chris Wamalwa, who was interrupting you, does not consider you as any chips funga. But having said that, the Honorable Korere, if you recall the Speaker's earlier directions that at exactly 6, we shall adjourn so that we can go to the 0 hour. You will have a balance of 5 minutes when this particular business is again set down for consideration. So I would ask you to just hold your horses. I know you have a lot of things to say, but let us comply with the Speaker's direction so that we go to the 0 hour now. The Honorable Korere, hold your horses. No. You will still have 5 minutes. Yes, don't worry. You have said many things, and I'm sure you'll have many things to say again. The Honorable Keter, the hour comes for the man.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 4.3, I wish to raise a matter regarding several national leaders who have achieved might lately. Honorable Speaker, on Saturday, October 12, 2019, we celebrated with the wall as one of our own, Eliud Kipchoge, ran a 42-kilometer marathon in 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 40 seconds. The first human being to ever do so. The same weekend, Bridget Koskei broke a 16-year-old record in women's marathon, running in 2 hours, 14 minutes, and 4 seconds. We also had our Kenya Navy and other agencies which managed to retrieve the vehicle that had sunk to a depth of over 50 meters in the Likoni Channel about 2 weeks ago. Several General Service Unit officers who lost their lives in the line of duty while conducting security patrols in the Garissa area, while our soldiers are still fighting in Somalia as part of the AMISOM forces. These Kenyans have and continue to undertake extraordinary national duties, bringing high acclaim to our nation, and as we prepare to celebrate Mashujaa Day, they deserve special recognition for their contribution to and sacrifice on behalf of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I therefore, against this background, seek your leave to raise this matter during today's 0 hour. Mr. Speaker, I want to say I'm really a proud Kenyan, having watched last weekend Eliud Kipchoge ran under 2 hours in marathon. I know the whole world was standstill that morning. And I know, Mr. Speaker, as a house, we need to really see how we can celebrate these heroes, how we can contribute and support them, because we miss in a lot of support in terms of these heroes. Mr. Speaker, I remember again Bridget Koskei, who broke the world record, which was standing over 16 years. And she broke it in 2 hours, 14 minutes. And I don't know about 4 seconds. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that it is high time this country celebrate these heroes. As we support them, let us put stadiums to promote sport, which is showcasing Kenya as a wonderful nation, as a wonderful country, where, you know, when some of us who come from Rift Valley region, when we see these athletes, we sometimes don't take it serious. It's only when they do it like Kipchoge, where all the international media, the local media, the social media were on one case of Kipchoge. I remember there were tweets from all over the world, including heads of states and government, who were celebrating a hero born in a small village in Nandi, And that is my county, Mr. Speaker, for your information. It is really a proud thing. And I know this week is a Heroes Week because we are to celebrate on Sunday, the Mashujaa Day, which we are celebrating all the national heroes. And I want to say again that there are many heroes that we forget. I was watching for almost 14 days when the Kenya Navy and the other agencies were working to ensure that they retrieved the vehicle that was having a mother and a child. It is, after they retrieved it, nobody will remember them. Before the retrieval, everybody was discussing about it. But when it happens, we seem to forget so fast. We must remember again heroes who lost lives. I remember the General Service Unit officers, about 10 of them who lost life in line of duty. When they are trying to protect our lives, they lost their lives. Those are our heroes. We have so many heroes, but to save time, Mr. Speaker, we must remember each and every of these heroes, even including our President and the Right Honorable Prime Minister for their handshake, which has brought peace to this nation. They are our heroes because now we can see a country that we love so much being peaceful. The tourism has improved. All these heroes, in summary, Mr. Speaker, we must try and really celebrate them as we support sports and we support each and every hero and heroine in this nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me allow other members to make contributions.
Very well, the Honorable Keter, very well moved. Honorable members, you will take note that this is a matter to consider under our order number 43. And every member who will be contributing to this will have 3 minutes to speak to it. And the first member to have a go at it will be the Honorable Ombaka, the member for Siaya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I just want to take this opportunity also to celebrate the heroes that we have had in recent times. We are proud of Eliud Kipchoge and other leaders that have followed suit. We do not forget, I would like us never to forget, that we used to have East African Safari Rally, which is no longer there. Maybe it's coming back. And as I was growing up, we used to admire Joginder Singh. That was a name. It has since disappeared. I'd like us to recall the great men and women of this country that have played a very important role because they are role models. Our young boys and girls are going to be like them. And we should never forget them because in other countries, these people are remembered. They are part of history of a nation. So we need to have these heroes not only remembered during celebrations like Heroes Day, but we also need books written on them so that our children can read about them in the schools. They are part of our history. They're part of our heritage. We must remember everybody who has played a big role. Musicians die without being known, and they have played a big role during their time. Their songs are used during campaigns, and so on and so forth. We have to think about the singers, we have to think about the athletes, we have to think about writers, the late Grace Ogot, who was a politician and a great writer. We must remember some of these great men and women in our nation. And to me, they are part of our history that we should never, never forget, and that we need to write books about them for us, for our children, and the future generation should know who they are so that they can also emulate the work of our heroes. That is my contribution, and thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable members, I stand corrected. I have retrieved the Speaker's directions when he gave permission for the Honorable Keter to move his motion. He actually allowed him to move it as a motion of adjournment under our Order 33, which allows each member to speak for 5 minutes. So each one of the members will have 5 minutes to speak. The next member to speak to this will be the Honorable Jaldesa Dida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute to this motion. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mheshimiwa Alfred Keter for bringing this. And I also want to join my members in congratulating Mr. Eliud Kipchoge and Bridget Kosgei. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, that Saturday will remain in the minds of Kenyans for many, many years to come, unless maybe somebody else comes up and breaks that record. Mr. Speaker, I was a proud Kenyan to have watched that event live. But, Mr. Speaker, I am somehow a bit demotivated because I could not understand why it had to take a foreigner by the name Jimmy Ratcliffe, I think if I'm not wrong, to organize that event for Eliud Kipchoge. When us, as a government, as a country, have not thought of doing it. Mr. Speaker, on that length, I want to really appreciate the sponsor for his kind heart and for his generosity, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the many sponsors, especially the private ones, Safaricom, just to name a few, the county of Nandi, and those who have contributed in one way or the other. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that going forward, I urge the private sectors in this country to borrow a leaf from Mr. Jimmy Ratcliffe, so that the many talents we have in this country does not go to waste. Mr. Speaker, I urge the media houses to go visit this camp, the ones in Eldoret, Etain, so that the athletes can get motivated, and I know they are there. We have so many other Eliud Kipchoge who can break the world record. All they need is motivation, is nurturing, is appreciation. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to say that the Ministry of Sport, I expected to hear more in terms of appreciation. This is a young man who was able to prove that indeed human being can do anything beyond any limit. And for that, Mr. Speaker, I was even expecting in his honor to enjoy a holiday on a Monday. What am I trying to say? We really need to go an extra mile and appreciate these people. Mr. Speaker, I know the speaker in the morning had told us to read a standing order, I think a constitution number 210, before we talk about tax exemption. But Mr. Speaker, I was trying to read how other countries are appreciating their athletes and their, their talents by giving the tax exemptions to tokens that are received from other countries. And therefore, that's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm still proposing, as a House, we can come up with an amendment to ensure that when Eliud Kipchoge and other members, other athletes will get a reward like he's getting, then they can be exempted so that they can come and donate whatever they are given to other deserving athletes so that at least they can nurture more. Mr. Speaker, with that, I support.
The Honorable Wachira Kabinga, member from where?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute to this very important motion brought by our brother Keter. I want to join in celebrating the heroes. Mr. Speaker, I must confess it's wrong since I was glued to my TV for 2 hours, but I did so as I watched our son, Eliud Kipchoge, do what he did, and that was really a great moment. But even as I celebrated, Mr. Speaker, I take note that this is a period where we also lost our sons in Liboi, Daramaje Road, Mr. Speaker, where 11 soldiers lost their lives, Mr. Speaker. As I stand, my county, Kirinyaga, lost 3 out of the 11. Two of them come from my constituency, Mr. Speaker. Police Constable Kennedy Njogu Muremi comes from a ward called Wamomo in Mwea. By the same name, Kennedy Kenyua Mureithi, another police constable, comes from Kangai ward, also in Mwea. We also lost Lewis Muturi Wanjohi, another police constable from Kirinyaga Central, Mr. Speaker. And when the news of these young men came to me, Mr. Speaker, I was really disturbed. Disturbed in the sense that these are young men. The 3 of them are not married, Mr. Speaker. They are very new to the forces, Mr. Speaker. And so as I was thinking about it, a few things came to my mind that we all need to think about. Number 1, why is it that whenever we have these calamities in these challenging areas, we only get young men under 30 who end up being victims? Could it be that most of our young men, when they come out of their recruitment, Mr. Speaker, are posted in some of these challenging areas, even without the relevant experience? This is really disturbing, Mr. Speaker, and we really need to look at it to ensure that even as we want our young men to serve in this country, we ensure that we equip them with the relevant experience even before we post them to some of these areas, Mr. Speaker. I also take note, Mr. Speaker, that as these young men were patrolling the area allocated to them, they were in a vehicle that is not armored, and I know we have invested heavily in this country to buy vehicles that are armored, vehicles that would be more protective when it comes to these kind of IEDs or bombs that these young men ended up in being victims of, Mr. Speaker. I would again want the country to relook at the investments that we have made as we rely on these young men to protect us, Mr. Speaker. We are here in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, very peaceful, because some young men and women are out there patrolling to ensure that we have the peace that we have today, Mr. Speaker. And for that reason, it is very important that this country appreciates the sacrifice that these young men are making. Finally, Mr. Speaker, point number 3, I would be interested in knowing to what extent do our county take care of the families that are left by these young men, Mr. Speaker. Some of these young men were the sole breadwinners of some of the parents who are now left without anything, Mr. Speaker. And for that reason, I would be interested in knowing, and we'll be following up on this, Mr. Speaker, to know exactly how these young men are, when they lose their lives, are compensated not only to whatever they are entitled to, but also to the dependents who are left helpless out there, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank GSU. I was there yesterday with the families that were affected, and for sure, I must thank them for the cooperation that I saw, and I am very sure.
The Honorable Washira, it's only 5 minutes. The Honorable Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important matter. Mr. Speaker, there has been many activities in the country where we have heroes who have either lost their lives for others. In the case of Mr. Kipchoge, I was one time at the Ministry of Sports as a secretary, and what these young people do to our country, or the people who win these medals or these races, they bring a lot of fame to our country. This is going to do a lot of boost to our tourism, and this is a person's single effort, which is going to, make Kenya earn a lot of money. So some exceptions some exceptions in terms of taxes will be in order to honor such a hero, other than other honors the country is going to give such a person. Sports bring unity. All Kenyans watched this gentleman win in the world, and we are all united cheering him and celebrating him, Mr. Speaker. In the matter of Likoni, Mr. Speaker, I went together with a member from Mwatate to support the Honorable Mishiboko because, Mr. Speaker, the lady and the child who perished actually come from Makueni, in that she's married in Makueni, although she comes from Taita. And when we went there, and our sister worked with the Mishiboko when we had briefings, because it was a very well coordinated exercise from the Navy, because there had to be one sender. And from the Kenya Ferry Services, we met the chairman, the Honorable Mwanzo, and you could almost speak that there was giving up. But Mr. Wambua, John Wambua, the husband, remained, he was very hopeful that somebody will help. So when somebody from Sweden did not seem to be doing very well, and the locals were sort of dismissed, and they say there are 10 vehicles under there and very many other people anyway who've never been recovered, I was, really touched when somebody made a serious effort. Because the talk was bad in the coast, and there was wondering how are we going to celebrate Mashujaa Day with the people who sank there with all these trainings we have and all the equipment and all the law we are passing in this house to make sure that the ferry is safe. And Mr. Speaker, the people who retrieved these vehicles must really, really be honored by this country. It was such a relief to the people of Makueni, to the people of Mombasa, and to the people of Taita. And this is a matter the country and the whole world has followed keenly. What we learned also, Mr. Speaker, people who dive to save others volunteer. And in fact, there is no honorarium as such, and the dangers are so glaring that while trying to retrieve those bodies, one could easily lose their life, Mr. Speaker. And for that matter, that's a major, major sacrifice. And I want to say, when the equipment came, locals were actually very key. The experts came with the equipment. They could do the spotting, but the locals actually did the job, as it had just been said in this house when we made a contribution of this particular matter. So in reference to this particular incident and many others, Mr. Speaker, you remember the case of Dusit. We had quite some heroes there. Lives were saved, although lives were lost, and others lost their life on line of duty, Mr. Speaker. And we must come up with a strategy or a method of honoring the true heroes of this country. People who die for others, people who die for the nation, people who make sacrifices on behalf of the others to an extent of risking their own lives, Mr. Speaker. I think that's where the road meets the rubber, and this is where we need to honor these heroes. We should have a heroes center or a museum or something where these stories are written and what these people achieved, Mr. Speaker, so that our children can learn about these heroes we had in this country, and for the future of this country, many, many Kipchoges can be born, and those who will live 100 years from today can read those stories and even have those films. And Mr. Speaker, I believe our country is a great country, and we are going to have many, many more great heroes. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Jasire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I know at this, in this 0 hour, we are talking about heroes. Mr. Speaker, sir, you know, we have a number of heroes, apart from Eliud Kipchoge, whom we are proud of today. We have so many, a number of them, who have performed for this country and has made Kenya what it is today, such that when you travel overseas, Mr. Speaker, sir, when you mention Kenya, even before them knowing which continent you come from, they automatically just know Kenya. It is only important, Mr. Speaker, sir, that when we mention and want to recognize and honor heroes, there are so many categories we can look at. There are people who are very good in keeping peace in this country, trying to make people peaceful. They are also heroes. We have people, Mr. Speaker, sir, even young as they could be, in whichever places they are, we need to recognize them, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is time that we know. We've been seeing people lamenting, Mr. Speaker, sir, even in our social media, some of them in the mainstream media, saying that some years back they did that, they were this, and so forth and so forth. It is only important for this country to place or create categories of recognition in terms of who a hero is, Mr. Speaker, sir. Because if we don't actually respect and give what it deserves to our heroes, Mr. Speaker, sir, some of the people who have got good hearts to do good things for this country, the people whom we call patriots, may, Speaker, sir, have their hearts go down because as a country or a government, we are not recognizing them. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm also aware that we have some sportsmen and women who have gone an extra mile and decided to run for other countries or do other activities for other countries just because probably they are not satisfied with how we handle them here in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, sir. And when we say Kenya took position 2, sometimes I tend to disagree, though facts are there, that the people who run for such like countries, like USA, for example, a number of them are Kenyans. You hear them being called by our community names, and you wonder what actually happened. I want to believe they were not getting adequate rewards. They were being frustrated, and they felt like they can do anything possible, even other than not being a patriot, and go and do it for other countries to earn a living and a better one. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we talk on this, we have our people who are on the security part. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have lost a lot of our young people, even if they are old or young, in terms of security, those who are providing the security in this country, within and without. Recently, we saw the ones who perished, Mr. Speaker, sir, because of an ID, which was actually put on the road, and they died. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is just the recent one. We know many of them, Mr. Speaker, sir, even the one. I want to mention one incident, Mr. Speaker, sir, in Garissa University, where we had a police officer who sacrificed his own life to go and save lives. And he evacuated around 200 students in that university, Mr. Speaker, sir, even with a lot of terrorists and a lot of bad things that were happening. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's surprising to notice that even to date, that person has not been recognized. The one who remained alive has not even been promoted. It's as if he did nothing. Even if somebody was in his line of duty, those people who go an extra mile and do human things for Kenyans must be recognized and be given. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I would like to talk. You would have given us 10 minutes. This is very important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Honorable Sossion. The Honorable Chris Wamalwa, you seem to be in a hurry, but the Honorable Sossion is ahead of you in the queue. The Honorable Chris Wamalwa, just hold on. You are about to be reached. But yes, but he's ahead of you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, but I think my leader today will allow me to enjoy my space. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the mover of this motion. It's a timely motion that should drive us as a country and as leadership to reflect on the great values of this nation, particularly the value of patriotism. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the ranking of Kenya in global events. And as I contribute to this motion, I wish to join the rest of Kenyans in saluting and congratulating Eliud Kipchoge for being the first human to run under 2 hours in the marathon. Of course, there have been other notable world record breakers like Bridget Koskei, and we congratulate all of them. And looking at the background of Eliud Kipchoge, a disadvantaged boy who dropped out of school because of being disadvantaged and because of the background, and engaging in butchery business without discovering his talents and skills as an athlete, and also doing milk business. I'm saying so because these are data we get from the teachers who are involved. But he has been able to discover a talent in himself, and he has come up with a philosophy. And in fact, what catches us is a personal philosophy of this athlete. The philosophy of no human is limited. A philosophy that is applicable to every human being in whatever sphere. And I think, and this is a man who captured the world and brought the entire world to a standstill and proved to the world that he could do something, and he did it. And that man is from the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I think it is not enough to speak and talk and momentarily for these men and women, and we forget them for a while. As a nation, there must be a framework of capturing some of these heroes and moving a step forward to support their philosophies. Because when you talk of no man is limited, that's an applicable philosophy everywhere, and he has done it. It is not enough to talk about giving token money, but this is a philosophy that we can push and support all through. Honorable Speaker, I think one of the heroes who could even address this parliament is a man like Kipchoge, because he has made it. We have the Heroes' Day coming in the next few days, but who will be celebrated in this country? These are the men and women. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is a wonderful country in terms of global comparators, and I think a lot has been mentioned. Our soldiers in Somalia have done what no other group of army men can do in the world. And they were laughed at as being very good in parades, but not very good in war. But people did not see the element of strong discipline and organized military skills, and they succeeded where other revered military had failed in Somalia. Honorable Speaker, if I talk about education, because these heroes are everywhere. There is one Peter Tapichi, a teacher, who won the global award the other day. And I think this is one man also who should be fitted by this country with one philosophy. A teacher who teaches in one of the poorest schools and is devoting all his salaries to pay fees. I think, Mr. Speaker, as a nation, let us have a framework of capturing the modern heroes of this country who have the philosophies that the rest of the nation can copy to enrich the values of our nation. Because we are talking about building a better nation. Of course, in academia, I saw the other day, Honorable Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o congratulating a poor girl who scored the first-class honors in aerospace engineering in London. And we can go on and go on. Talk of the artists. Honorable Speaker, if we talk of the artists, and I think you look at this parliament, for example, I think Honorable Chebo.
The Honorable Sosion, I think the mic itself knew when to cut you off. The Honorable Amalwa, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity to salute Eliud Kipchoge for putting Kenya on the global map. Mr. Speaker, I read about Eliud Kipchoge, particularly his Christian faith. And before he went for the race, he's a Catholic by faith, Mr. Speaker. And he was praying the rosary. This is to do with the faith, Mr. Speaker. I learned about the mother who was praying all through for the son. We salute him. He has put us on the global map, Mr. Speaker. In this country, we have a Heroes Act. This is the time that Heroes Act, we want to see it being operationalized. We want to see people like Eliud Kipchoge being given the medals, the CBS, the EBS. We've seen Akideriman before, Mr. Speaker, getting an HSC. But this is the time as we go for Mashujaa Day, wherever His Excellency the President is and his advisors, we want to see these great Kenyans being honored, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's indeed true that heroes can be made, not that can be born. And he said he got this through hard work. This is a motivation to the young people, that indeed is true with hard work, the sky is the limit. Mr. Speaker, we have seen so many Kenyans who have made us proud. And you want to salute now CBC. Honorable, my colleague here has just talked about that we must try to nurture and identify talents. And this is to salute CBC, the competence-based curriculum, Mr. Speaker. I don't see why somebody like Eliud Kipchoge will have wasted so much time to learn about Pythagoras' theorem. No relevance. But look at where he is now. Today we salute him. And this is a lesson to the parents. This is a lesson also to the students, that if you are weak academically, that is not the end of everything. You can actually venture into sports. I saw the other day, Mr. Speaker, something doing the social media, that CBC in practice, somebody being crucified on the cross, the way Jesus Christ did. But I don't think that was the correct thing. Here, Eliud Kipchoge, the Bridget are good living examples of competency-based curriculum. We don't have to waste so much time, Mr. Speaker. We are putting so much pressure on our children, particularly at such a time when they're about to do the exams. But we want to tell our children wherever they are that KCSE, KCPE is not the end of everything. And as Honorable Sosion has clearly put it, please, we want to invite Eliud Kipchoge to come and address Parliament. We want this government to respect and nurture the good talents. Honorable Sosion has been a very good trade unionist. But you find some people are busy, they want to finish him. We should not finish our heroes. We should nurture them to continue so that they can go to greater heights of prosperity, Mr. Speaker. It is important because we've noticed in this country, if you've identified someone and you've seen his competency somewhere, instead of supporting that person, you are busy looking for a way of bringing that person down. Shame on you wherever you are. This is indeed very, very critical. Look at Honorable 001. He's our first nominated member of Parliament, but he has done very well in matters of legislation with Honorable Sosion. We see them active in this House. We salute you people, Mr. Speaker. And as we debate the heroes, the laws we are discussing about discriminating laws, we want this to be put in the law. That when we talk of affirmative action, when we talk to marginalized groups, it's not just women. It is to do with the youth, people who are disabled, and you are talking marginalized groups, and even the workers. So it is important that we should notify and take note of that. And absolutely, but we've been hearing when it comes to representation, mostly it's been on women as opposed to other groups. We are saying women should be 50%, then others can be shared equitably, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, and we salute Kipchoge, and as we go to Mombasa, we want to see Eliud Kipchoge, the Bridget, their names being read by His Excellency. And we also salute His Excellency the President, because he picked up a phone call and he called Eliud Kipchoge. That was very, very patriotic to President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And we salute you for that. He didn't bother to know what tribe is Kipchoge or what tribe is this. It is through sports that we are saying no to tribalism. I thank you.
Very well spoken, the Honorable Chris Wamalwa. It is good that we recognize the Honorable Sosion as one of your heroes. You wanted to speak ahead of him, but you are courteous enough to allow him to speak before you. We shall now have the Honorable Tuku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on this motion that has been brought on this 0 hour. And I want to state from the onset that, you know, Kenya is a country of extremes. Last week we were able to hit both the North and South Pole all at one time. Because it's last week that we were mourning the loss of our sister and the child at Likoni Ferry, the tragedy that took so long. We really had a long wait to really have the body retrieved, and I still continue condoling with the family for such a loss. And I pray that as much as we want to really celebrate and talk about so many things, we should pick lessons from every everything that happens within our sphere, especially the issue of Likoni tragedy, whereby it was a moment where we realized that we are so ill-prepared for disaster. And thinking of the long time they took for the vehicle to sink, and nothing was done for a whole 10 minutes, and now we are counting our losses. I do not want to dwell on the negativity, but then it is something that we should take up and maybe going forward cause this country to be well prepared for such disasters of that magnitude. I want to join my colleagues in giving my congratulatory message to our own brother, Eliud Kipchoge, on his world-breaking, on his record of that has not been witnessed before. And in the same breath, I am saying that in every event we should take lessons. We saw so many people assisting him to achieve his goal, so many helpers, the pacemakers, the financiers, and so and the like. But as a country, there begs so many questions. Why is it that it has taken us so long, really, to invest in what we are best at? Because we cannot be putting our money where our mouth is not. You see, like the training facility that has been invested, the foreigners who have invested in a sporting facility in Eldoret, whereby foreigners are now coming, exercising, and now they're competing with our own. Yet the government has taken so long to invest in such facility, so that then we may have many Kipchoges, many Bridgets, and many our brothers from Rift Valley, because it seems like they're the ones who have the gene that is doing the exploits for this country. We really need to rethink as a country, so that then we can be strategic and invest where we are going to reap maximum benefits, as opposed to investing in ventures whereby we are just trying an error. In this particular one, as far as athletics is concerned, it seems that that's where our strength is, and therefore we should invest there. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the President and the Deputy President, because the President took his time to call Kipchoge, just to give him his good message, to tell him that the whole country is behind him and we are wishing him success. That was something, and he felt that the whole country was behind him. And as he was running, I believe, he felt that the President and the people of Kenya were behind him. The Deputy President taking his time to travel all the way to Vienna, just to go and cheer him up, that was something that every Kenyan should just emulate. And we congratulate the Deputy President for taking his time on the same. One thing that, and this is my final comment, because I would also want to take you in breaking the record of 5 minutes and maybe complete my speech in 4:59 or so. I would want to say that as a country, we need to build capacity, because it is only in building capacity that we are going to achieve even more for this country. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion, but going forward, building capacity is something that we must do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Honorable Mbarire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to salute Mr. Eliud Kipchoge, and also Bridget, who also broke a world record in her marathon, and just say that they made us proud as a nation. But for those of us who are leaders, it was a time to reflect and ask ourselves what lessons we are learning out of these great heroes. And may I say sheroes, Mr. Speaker, so that we are never thinking that heroes are just men, but we do have sheroes who are women. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't help but ask myself, how many more young Eliud Kipchoges, young Bridgets, are out there in the village, and their talent is not identified and nurtured, and they end up living a life of want and poverty because somebody failed in identifying that talent, somebody failed in nurturing that talent, somebody failed in enabling that talent to grow. And that is what is happening to most of our young people. And I could also not help but remember how in my primary school there was this young man who was always #1 in all the races, whether within the school or across schools. And because he wasn't gifted academically, I remember the teacher one time commenting in his maths paper, because he only had 4%, that your work is only running. In other words, what you do is useless. Therefore, we need to turn around and change our mindset as a people. We'll begin to appreciate that talent is not necessarily academic, that people can prosper in whatever it is that God has given them, and we can nurture it and we can make it possible. So as leaders seated today, one of the challenges we must bring on board in these houses, how we can make sure there's more resources towards sports for our young people right from the village. I remember, I have a son who is very sporty, and that has made me get very interested in matter sports. And I remember one time we were talking with one coach who coaches on cricket, and he was telling me, do you know cricket has become a rich man's game? And yet we can actually cascade it all the way to the grassroots so that more young people can learn cricket, more young people can learn rugby, more young people can play golf, so that we start to ask ourselves how much more can we do to make it possible. Even if, Mr. Speaker, in my view, we gave more money to CDF so that members of parliament can identify and nurture those talents at the constituency level and across constituency and across counties up to national level, I think we would achieve more. And therefore, we must ask ourselves, how much talent are we destroying by not finishing our stadiums that we keep seeing on TV and on, on media, that we have about 14, 15 stadiums that we have not cleared paying the contractors, so work has stalled. So how much talent are we killing by doing that? And so I hope even the committee, the oversight committee that deals with sports, can begin to look at these matters critically and make sure we offer real solutions that can make young people grow and become Kipchoge Keino tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. And let me also add my voice to those that have spoken. We are looking forward to Mashujaa Day. We expect that Eliud Kipchoge will be given an EBS, Chief of Burning Spear, yes, Chief of Burning Spear. I am really looking forward, not even CBS, by the way, Elder of Burning Golden Heart, EGH. That is where he belongs, not CBS like Honorable Amalwa got the other day. And I have an MGH, so I expect him to have something bigger than me because he's done well for this nation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we must take advantage of this opportunity and make sure we showcase Kenya as a destination, a tourism destination, through sports tourism. I think that's an opportunity that we've lost out as a nation, and we need to capture it before it's too late. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Ibrahim Sahal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to condole with the family and friends for the elite General Service Unit security personnel in the deadly blast in Liboy, Garissa County. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we have suffered similar attacks in the region. As a result, the country procured armored vehicles to enhance security and which are able to detect the IEDs, improvised explosive device. Why are the armored vehicles not dispatched for use in these fertile Peru's borders? Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Interior and Coordination National Functions should give a clear position of the state of security in areas and further explain with strategies they are employing to ensure the security of the citizens and the national personnel. Mr. Speaker, in the line, ministries and security organs should ensure a more collaborated approach in addressing the security challenges in Garissa, aware that the security and the peace are prerequisites to sustainable development. it is paramount for the government to protect her people and create environment for socio-economic development. Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate Mr. Eliud Kipchoge for the wonderful job. May God bless him. Thank you.
The Honorable Kipyegon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to congratulate Kipchoge. Eliud Kipchoge has done us great, has done this country proud. He has run the race of his life. And I think for a long time, this country will always look upon such athletes to give us the performance that we want. Mr. Speaker, there are so many youths in this country who can run, who can break records. But because of the way, the nature of activities in our country, the kind of situation that we have, we put money in the wrong places. Mr. Speaker, I think this country knows very well, and the whole world knows, Kenya is an athletic nation. Kenya is an athletic nation. You can imagine, of all the countries, like we were competing in EAF last 2 weeks. Mr. Speaker, Kenya was number 2 among all the nations in the world. Number 2, it was only beaten by America because of variety of activities Americans are involving themselves in. The rest of the countries, Russia, China, name them, they could not beat Kenya. And yet, when it comes to budgets, Mr. Speaker, we normally put money on wrong places. Why can't we really put money on athletics? We invest on athletics because it is also a foreign honor. It is not just because the money these people normally win outside makes or change this country. Mr. Speaker, let us put money on athletics. Let us put money on rugby. Let us put money on activities that we know can bring us or can get us to where we are supposed to be. Mr. Speaker, I wish also to congratulate Bridget for the performance she had and the men and women who also participated in EAF. I wish also to congratulate other Kenyans and heroes and heroines who not so many people recognize them. You know, Mr. Speaker, it was only after the world recognized a lady called Wangari Maathai. Otherwise, we never knew her. We used to beat her here across here in Uhuru Park, but the world recognized her. She won a Nobel Prize. Ladies like Lupita Nyong'o, nobody in this country has even ever taken time to imagine that lady was the only first person in Kenya to win an award in Oscars. People like Obama. You know, Kenya is really an amazing country. It's only us who need to make this country more amazing. But instead, Mr. Speaker, we're doing useless things. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to mourn with our brothers who lost their lives in those areas of Garissa. You know, we normally put billions of money in defense, and I don't know, this thing called NIS. Put billions of money. You see, in many countries, you cannot just send your soldiers to follow roads without, and you know those areas are very dangerous. How many soldiers have died because of those IEDs? Mr. Speaker, those are matters which can be detected. Why can't we send detecting machines fast before our people die? We see many people die because of that, Mr. Speaker, because of our carelessness. Our country is careless. Mr. Speaker, same case with the lady who drowned with her daughter. How many minutes? You know, that thing floated for almost 20 minutes. People were just screaming and looking. Policemen were there. Divers were there. You know, Mr. Speaker, when you look at all those, you sometimes wonder what kind of country we are in. God blessed us with so many talents and so many things. But we are just that kind of dumb people who cannot get things correctly. Mr. Speaker, look at even the appointments of people who are being, you know, we are waiting for Mashujade. You will hear the president reading a list of unscrupulous elements in this country at being awarded CPS, what nonsense. Mr. Speaker, leaving out the right people. Look at the appointments, even which was being made the other week. Appointing over 70-year-old people while we have youths who are rotting in the villages, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this country needs some serious, and I was thinking, you know, the presidency are just youths, but what they are doing, Mr. Speaker, is really disappointing. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate our great people who have made this country great, although some of us are pulling it down, but we still need to congratulate those people who are making this country great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Odepe.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. I want to add my voice on what already honorable members have said. Honorable Speaker, our athletes are our brands and our ambassadors. Honorable Speaker, whenever you see the flag of Kenya being carried by our athletes and you watch the TV, you feel like you are very important in this world because of the flag of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, these are the people that we need to recognize them. These are the people that we need to encourage them because they are making our country to be known. They are taking our flag outside this country. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that our athletes are our tourist attraction. Some tourists are coming here just to see a nation called Kenya, where Kipchoge comes from. And by doing so, we get foreign earning through our athletes. So they're the people that, Honorable Speaker, we need to see how we can encourage them by actually doing tax exception with the little money they get from sport. Because already we are getting some money through them by the tourists who come to Kenya to see this country where the champions are being born and nurtured. Honorable Speaker, our athletes are talent exporters. Yes, on that day, Honorable Speaker, I was so shocked to see a black man speaking like a black American. And when the name came out, he was called Kibenei. I was so shocked. A Kenyan in a foreign country who has gone there because of sport. These are the people, Honorable Speaker, that we need to recognize. We have exported them, and they are making records in other countries. Honorable Speaker, I want to recommend a few things. Number one, we need to remember these athletes and encourage them by, number one, naming major roads and some institutions after them, so that after even they have died, their children and generations to come will remember them. And they will be told why that name was named after that institution or the road. Second, Honorable Speaker, we need to keep their status and the records in our museums, so that when our children are going to museums, we need to see them, and they will be told, this man broke the record. And he will see the face of that particular person, even if he's not there. But he can see how a person looked like when he was alive. Honorable Speaker, we need to sustain them. In South Korea, Honorable Speaker, every gold you won in any activity, you get $100, 10,000 US dollars the rest of your life. For the rest of your life, Honorable Speaker. Why can't we also do this to athletes? That we give them a particular amount of money. Even after they have retired, they will continue enjoying. Let's say that if you get a gold in any area of activity, you get maybe 100,000 per month for the rest of your life. People will work hard in nurturing their talents because they know even after I retire, I will actually earn money through the game that I participated. Finally, Honorable Speaker, promote them. Those who are in the forces, we need to promote them. If it's just a mere soldier, make them an inspector so that we can motivate others to work hard on their skills and their talents, Honorable Speaker. It's very bad to see somebody who has broken the world record, sir, making a salute to a junior person who has never done anything in this country. So we need to make sure that we promote those guys on merit for the work they have done for this country. Honorable Speaker, finally, the national and county government must avail sport facility to encourage young talents to get training. By doing so, Honorable Speaker, we will make sure that we have talent in this country, even after Kipchoge. With those few remarks, I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Rindikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join the other members in congratulating our hero of the season, and I believe it will take another 64 years to have another hero like him. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I say this, that our Kipchoge becomes a peace ambassador. He brought the world together. He brought the forces that never could have been together. The entire network, media, social media, the household. I remember sitting down and watching the TV with my workers. I find that is one of the benefits that we had on that day. Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Rintikiri, I must interrupt you, the time being 1859-40. The Speaker must also congratulate the great Eliud Kipchoge. Honorable members. The time now being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned till Wednesday, the 16th October 2019 at 9:30 a.m.